business transformation, and of course, digital commerce with UPI, Aadhaar, to name a few, and of course, the 5G technologies being the driving forces. This evolution to the new digital economy will lead to the emergence of the new markets and pave the opportunity for creating value and increasing the worth of customers. The Web3 digital economy will, of course, drive the new avenues for businesses to create value and empower them to drive digital innovation. So, ladies and gentlemen, that, of course, will usher in a new dawn of marketing, creativity, more spatial, experiential, and immersive experience for all of us. Dentsu, one of the leading global media conglomerates in India that specializes, of course, in media, digital, and creative offerings, and the Exchange for Media Group, India's one-stop destination for the entire marketing, media, and advertising industry, has once again come together to launch the 7th edition of the Dentsu E4M Digital Advertising Report. Firstly, could we get a huge round of applause for both the groups coming in together? Before we get started, it's my honor to thank all our partners without whose contribution this event wouldn't have been a success. Co-powered by Criteo, which is a global commerce media company that enables marketeers and media owners to drive better commerce outcomes. Co-gold partner, Bobble AI, world's largest conversation media platform. Our lanyard partner being Lemma Technologies, an independent SSP for large format ads. To know more about our partners, it's time for us to have a look at their AVs.
Bobble Keyboard, the highest rated keyboard app on the app stores. Let's find out. You can share stickers with your very own face and any custom message. Have a big laugh or scare with big anger. Well, Bobble gives you big emojis. Regular black text? It may work for some. We don't judge. What works for us though is the pop text. Bobble lets you use personalized branded stickers, GIFs, by strategically and contextually integrating brands and conversations happening on WhatsApp, Facebook, and other social or chat messaging platforms across the country. An average smartphone user spends 25 minutes of their daily 3-hour screen time on their keyboard. Since you spend so much time with us, we understand you and work towards only showing you content that interests you. And before you say it, no, your privacy and security are not an issue. All your data is anonymized before being used, so you don't need to worry about a thing. Our wide array of patented and patent-pending innovations in areas of content tech, language tech, and keyboard tech will help you stay hip to the ever-evolving language of the digital world. And we made sure you can use it in an expressive and personalized way. Bobble has made conversations human again.
Well, on that note, let's give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to all our partners. Well, the theme for this year is creating value in the Web3 digital economy. The report will highlight the significant trends of 2022, 2023, and the real-time facts and figures pertaining to the entire digital domain. This report will also extensively cover spends and insights across all the sectors. The highlight of the report, of course, that it garners information from the decision makers themselves, which include the leading advertisers across domains, agencies, digital experts across different verticals. On that note, it is now my honor to first up invite the Chairman and Editor-in-Chief Business World and Founder, Exchange for Media, Dr. Anurag Batra, for the welcome address.
Good afternoon. I'm happy to be at the Dentsu E4M Digital Advertising Report 2023. And as Bhavna shared, the agenda is about creating value in the Web3 digital economy. I live in Delhi. Some people think I live in Bombay, but I don't. The only reason I travel to Bombay is my wife is very happy when I travel. Before you make any judgment, she's also my travel agent, so she makes money when I travel. That's the only reason she's happy. Sapna knows my wife, so, I'm here primarily because I wanted to be here, but also because Mr. Gilby texted me if I'm gonna be there. If I'd known you were in Delhi, I would have met you in Delhi and possibly not come because Naval's there, and really Naval runs E4M. But since I'm here, I must set the agenda for what the report will bring forth. This is our 7th year of partnering with Dentsu on this digital advertising report. So thank you, Rob, thank you, Divya, Vinod, Anita. Again, it's because of your partnership with us this report has happened. I must say that we live in interesting times. Just before I was getting onto the stage, me, Divya, and Rob were talking about Chat GPT, and the fact whether it will make money soon or not. But right now they're busy making impact. They're not worried about making money. That will, of course, naturally happen. We live in an interesting world. COVID is behind us, hopefully. The last 3 years have accelerated what has happened in digital. But I just want to contextualize it with what's happened during the week, because, memories are short. Last week, there was a report by a research agency on a prominent Indian group. Last week, there was also a BBC documentary on a certain event in India. Both of them created an impact. And if they had happened 10 or 15 years back, they possibly wouldn't have created the kind of impact they would have created. The impact was so much that in spite of the FPO being subscribed almost 1.5 times, the promoter had to call back the FPO and has returned the money to the shareholder. He said he's doing because he cares for the shareholders, which he does, for the investors. But also there is margin money being asked if the price has fallen down so low. And that's happened because the digital mediums amplifying. Every citizen has the same access to the information that everybody else has. Also, it also tells you how to deal with the crisis. There are 3 questions that came to my mind while I was thinking about it. One is, who do you field when such a crisis happens? Today, as custodians of brands, while we are building the brands digitally, we are tested. It's not just a PR agency or the communication department's job to be able to handle the crisis or handle the brand and kind of insulate the brand from as much as damage. So 3 things came to my mind. First, the CFO of the group was fielded. And I read this cover in Time magazine 2 issues back, The Power of Speaking Less, zip. And it has impacted me anyway. My throat hasn't been bad, hasn't been good. And really, the person you're fielding to represent you in a time of crisis, does he or she speak just right? not more, not less, so that it's impactful. Second, is he or she believable in this interaction, in the past interaction? Third, should have the promoter come out and spoken? Yesterday night and today morning, there's a video that has come out, but maybe too late. Right? And this has all happened because of the fact that within 10 minutes, everyone has the same video information. Now, the Indian advertising industry, for which we've met today, has seen seismic changes. Since the last time we met on the Dentsu Aegis advertising report, there's been a winter of investing. India is still the brightest spot. India has still got almost $30 billion in startup funding, even in the winters. $30 billion. And even in, looks like in spite of the slowdown in the world economy, and there is an impending slowdown, India may be the only bright spot in the global economy that is growing and will attract money. And while it was $30 billion last year, vis-a-vis almost $10 billion in the same period the year before, this is in winter. It has grown 3 times even in winter. So imagine what will happen in spring. And India, I was doing an interview with Russia today in the morning, and I said to my interviewer that India does well because of 3 reasons, and we are doing this one day after the budget. One, we are a domestic consumption-led economy. We export very little. I mean, we may think that we grow a lot of wheat, but we are less than 1% of the world's wheat export. Ukraine does most of it, and there are other parts of the world. So first, India is a consumption-led economy. So while things have changed in the last 1 year, where funded startups, their marketing budgets have become lesser, they still continue to be bullish. Some have pulled out of the sponsorship deals. Some have slowed down their efforts of brand building or customer acquisition. But by and large, those set of startups are replaced by another set of startups who continue to be bullish. They may not have the same amount of money, but they continue to build the brands. And as I said, when there is winter elsewhere, there will be spring in India because the money needs to be deployed somewhere. So clearly, the Indian advertising industry saw a slowdown in the last quarter. That would be an honest confession. Second, IPL is round the corner. Some of my advertiser friends have told me that advertising rates on IPL are really not representative of what they should be. They're very steep. But in cricket, there is a FOMO. Let's see what happens eventually. The fact that a week back, women's cricket rights were picked up for almost $800 million in between the broadcast right and the franchise owners' rights tells you that new formats are coming which are making up for some loss in the existing formats. Now, the Indian advertising industry is almost 86,000 crores of advertising. That is $10 billion, right? That is $10 billion, out of which digital, I don't want to give the report that Mr. Gilby will talk about, so I will stay away from that part. But digital is growing, and Mr. Gilby will give you the trends and when we launch the report. So digital continues to grow. And let me tell you, for the last 10 years, I've been reading obituaries of newspapers, magazines, radio stations. I must tell you, I must give you a reality check on the newspaper revenues. Most of the newspapers, 90%, have grown on their revenues. The only reason that they're not doing as well as they should be are 2. The stock price is not doing well because they've not built a big enough digital story. And second is the newsprint costs have gone up. So the business are actually doing well because in COVID, most of the traditional media owners reduced their cost in every way, and the revenues have come back in the same fashion or bigger fashion. When we are talking of the digital advertising report, we cannot not talk about gaming. Gaming is in some way replacing for young people, for millennials, for my children and some of your children. They're a means of entertainment. They're a means of engaging with the world. Gaming continues to grow, and again, the report talks about it. Second is metaverse. How real is metaverse? Is it a hype, or brands are embracing metaverse in a big manner? Mark Zuckerberg put a big bet in terms of investing in metaverse, but the stock hasn't done well. But as Eric Schmidt said, you shouldn't bet against Mark Zuckerberg. There are less chances of being right. But that time will tell. I'm not a futurist nor an astrologer. But the fact is, there is a parallel digital universe that is shaping up and is becoming the part of every millennial's life. Third is the whole blockchain and Web3 revolution. The digital universe is growing because Web3, for all of you understand what is Web 1, Web 2, Web 3. But for simplistic, Web 1 was when we got the internet, Web 2 is social media, and Web 3 is blockchain and NFT, and crypto is one rendition of that. By the way, crypto in the last 10 days has again gone up, but again, that may be speculators, because crypto is, in my view, not a reliable way to invest, but that's a topic by itself. So, metaverse, NFT, blockchain, gaming, these trends by itself will give marketeers more manifestations, more room to be able to showcase their digital products, their real products, and to be able to create commerce. Social commerce continues to grow. Again, it's a very small part. But the fact is that India is a market where it's not an either-or market. It's an and market. Every medium is growing. Some may be growing at the expense of others, but broadly, nothing is shrinking. However, there's one change in the way brand owners, business owners, startup founders, CMOs are looking at brand spends. Today, brand spends are under more scrutiny than they ever were. Digital traditionally has been plagued by ad fraud, bots, and so on and so forth. Today, because of the power of blockchain, power of artificial intelligence, there are softwares, there are technologies that are making sure that the money spent on digital is rightly spent. I want to end by mentioning the last trend. In the last decade, when we've talked to digital advertising, we've talked of programmatic, we've talked of performance. Both are very important. Both the P's are very important. But if you look at the worldwide trends, most brands are going back to brand building in mainstream media as well as digital media. Programmatic and performance-based digital advertising is here to stay, but brands and businesses have realized that there's no alternative to long-term brand building if you want to charge the right price, if you want to charge premiums, if you want to become a reason beyond the price to buy and a reason beyond discovery, if you want to create loyalty, and the often used word in advertising and brand building, you want to build on the relationship with the consumer. So the good news is, in India also more and more brands have started to use digital not only for performance. I mean, performance and numbers, whether it's television or digital, will always be important. But the fact is, digital is increasingly being used as the first point of brand building, and also in a 360-degree way, supplementing everything else that is happening. Cinemas, we wrote the death of cinemas during COVID. You saw what happened with the Pathaan last week. You had to buy tickets in black. You had to pay much more to get a ticket. So you cannot write off any medium. That's the point I'm trying to make. But whether it's cinema, which because of OTT in the last 3 years and because of COVID didn't see growth, is seeing growth. So I am always wary of predictions. I would only say that digital is growing is definitely one big trend. The numbers, the report, and Rob will give you. I want to say that we are committed. We started as a digital first business in Exchange for Media 21 years back. For us, our primary site is Exchange for Media. We may have Impact, Pitch, and our Hindi site, Samachar for Media, which is in its 14th year, which completes our offering. We will do more and more in the digital domain, segment, sub-segment, the new trends. You heard one of our sponsors talking about conversational marketing. People are talking about social commerce. People are talking of relationship marketing. Some you may call this old wine in new bottles, but there is super specialization happening in the digital domain. We at Exchange for Media pride on making sure that we bring out these trends and data and insights to you ahead of everyone. Today's Digital Advertising Report 2023, which Dentsu and E4M have brought out together, and primarily Dentsu, which has a large engagement with advertisers and the ecosystem and understands what's happening on the ground, and hence is in the right place to be able to predict, project, and give us the numbers that are there in the report. I wish all of you a good next 2 months before the new financial year starts in and the IPL starts in. But I'm sure as much money that will be spent in IPL on TV, equal money will be spent on digital, or more money will be spent on digital. So whichever medium grows, digital is here to grow, and digital is supplementing and building on the 360-degree omni-channel approach that every marketer and brand talks about. We wish you luck, and as the Dentsu E4M digital advertising report gets launched today, I hope you'll be able to use the insights to build your businesses. My gratitude again to our editorial colleagues at Exchange for Media, Nazia and her team, Michelle and her team. Thank you, Divya. You've been a big believer in us. Thank you, Vinod, again for believing in us. Anita, I hope you do the gaming report with us and with not anybody else. You know how I am. And Sapna, good to see you again. I look forward to hearing Divya and Rob and everyone's address, and look forward to the unveiling of the report. Thank you.
So ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the unveiling of the much awaited Dentsu E4M Digital Advertising Report. On that front, if I may have the honor of calling upon none other than the CEO of Dentsu APAC, Rob Gilby, to kindly join us. Can we have a big round of applause for Rob? Joining Rob, if I may request the Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, Business World and Founder, Exchange for Media, Dr. Anurag Batra, along with the co-founder, Exchange for Media, Mr. Naval Ahuja, to kindly join us. As our three dignitaries are on stage, it's time for me to invite the Dentsu leadership as well. Starting with, if I could have the honor of having Ms. Divya Karani. Divya. Vinod Thadani. Vinod, thank you so much. If I could have Asha Suvarna, Sapna Arora. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of applause for the entire Dentsu leadership. Anita Kotwani, Rupam Garg, Simi Sabhane, Nilesh Gohil, Bhaskar Jaiswal, Sujata Dwivedi, Sagar Sethi, Hiru Dingra, Imtiaz Vulatra, and if I could also have Anand Thakur, the Head of Growth and Agency, Criteo, to kindly join us. Anand. Now that we have the entire leadership, we've got Anand, we've got Naval, Anurag, and of course, the CEO of Dentsu APAC, Rob, on the stage along with the leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, the unveiling of the much awaited Dentsu E4M Digital Advertising Report. I think Mumbai can be much more louder with their applause. And I believe some are still, yes, let's just try and get the picture perfect moment. That's a tall order to be on the stage. And ladies and gentlemen, this is a perfect moment for Dentsu E4M report hashtag to be put on social media. Let's click their pictures. Let's get it uploaded on your social media. Thank you once again. Thank you. God bless. Congratulations. Also, the report is going to be available on the Exchange for Media website. Our team is going to help you on the same. If you may want to have a link of the same, we'll get that provided to you. On that note, it is my honor to now call upon Divya Karani, the Media Chief Executive Officer of Dentsu South Asia, to join us to deliver the insights and, of course, the overview on the advertising in Abbott.
Good afternoon. Am I audible? No. So I will abandon this. Now am I audible? Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome once again. A huge call out. Thank you. Thank you for all of us here gathered in this room today, as well as a larger media and marketing fraternity. Our Dentsu E4M digital advertising report is much sought after, and in very many ways has become the bellwether for the digital ad economy in this market. I find marketeers reaching out to me throughout the course of the year asking for a copy, and I must share, just 2 weeks ago, there was a reach out again, and despite me saying, look, 2 weeks later, we're going to launch our 7th report, there was, why don't you send me the last year's report? So a huge call out, because what it does is it acts as a fuel to our passion in bringing out this report year after year after year. There was a pause during COVID times, but we've continued with the tradition of doing so. So thank you, everyone. The world that we live in has transformed, and dramatically so, in these past 3 years. It's changed forever who we are as people, the way we work, the way we play, our passion, our priorities, our values. And therefore, if we pause and look behind before we look forward, the single most pivotal change has been media. We today look to media to get our news, our information. We get entertained in media. We shop, we socialize, we even romance in media. In short, we live our lives in media. And the single most pivotal change within media is a digital disruption, not just here in India, but across the world. Therefore, to say that this transformation has happened, perhaps in very many ways would be an understatement, because as we well know, all of us practitioners, marketeers, and media are grappling to keep pace. And then again, perhaps it would be an overstatement, because the change is not yet over. It's happening as we stand here, as I speak. Anurag mentioned a couple of refrains. It is 2 weeks old, he said. And then he called out to a conversation we'd had just before he came on stage. That is the pace at which transformation is happening. And in that pace and transformation, Web 3.0 is going to be a game changer. It's very, very simply put, going to bring people, places, and things even more closer. And therein, therefore, lies the opportunity for creativity and innovation at the intersection of all these places, people, and things coming closer together, increasing and, in fact, bettering consumer experience as well as expectations. And that then becomes par for the course. Three things I will call out that will again and again come back as the main theme in all that you see in 2023. We spoke about immersive and it's not new. It's in everything that we do, but that much more closer. Interactive, again, who in this room has not heard of ChatGPT? And while we are all wondering all that it can do, it is learning at the speed of learning. When asked, actually, and this is, some of you all may know, when asked the founders of ChatGPT, when they were asked, how will you monetize it? There was a pregnant pause, and then they said, you know what, we'll pose this question to them, and they'll figure a way. So there it is. Immersion, interaction at its best. And the last one is inclusivity. Inclusivity across geographies, and I'm telling you, the world has never, ever been flatter than what it is today. Inclusivity across demographics, and which other market will testify to this other than India, with all our idiosyncrasies compound. So the coming together of this inclusivity, this immersion, this interaction is where this magic will happen. And there, in that, Digital India is on a trajectory like never before. We, as a nation, have always been entrepreneurial. There is no doubt about it. Our demographic dividend, we've all heard that story for the longest of time. Our technocrats and political will, however, has gone through a bit of ebb and flow. This time around, this government of ours has got it just right and then some more. I don't know how many of you all have had a chance to read our report at the Davos meeting. Loud and clearly, it's being called out as a singular agenda to take India from what it is today to tomorrow. And therefore, in that, I am very, very optimistic that what you see here perhaps may be the first of its kind, and then it will percolate to the rest of the market. We already do it, and we proudly talk about it, but you will see more and more and more of it at a faster scale. To Anurag's point, the money will then, but of course, follow. Right? I'm now going to hand over to Vinod to take us through the highlights. Come, Vinod.
Hi, good afternoon. Am I audible? Yeah. So thank you, Divya, for introducing the three themes, immersive, interactive, and inclusive. With that, we'll get into some statistics on the growth story for India. So 2023, GDP to grow at 5.8%. Third highest number of unicorns with a combined value of $340 billion. 1 in 2 households will become high and upper middle class by 2030. 77% of India's population will be millennials and Gen Z by 2030. 1 billion plus connected users. India's goal is to become a $1 trillion economy by 2025. And this digital economy has been built on 3 pillars: infrastructure, business transformation, and digital commerce. Now, what is driving this force? UPI Aadhaar, open network for digital commerce, 5G technologies is being the forces for this digital growth. UPI is an instant real-time payment system. Only in December 2022, there were around 7.8 billion transactions worth $157 billion. Aadhaar is the world's largest biometric ID system with over 1.3 billion records. In the next 5 years, ONDC will be able to generate an additional gross merchandising value of upwards of $45 billion for the e-commerce industry only. 5G, in one of the studies it reveals that 100 million plus users with 5G ready smartphones wish to upgrade to 5G subscription in 2023 itself. And lastly, India's 5G subscriptions to have around 350 million by 2026, accounting to 27% of all mobile subscribers. Post the economy, I think let's understand why we are here. And today we'll answer some of the key questions. What is the market sizing for the Indian advertising industry? How much is it expected to grow? What is the share of digital advertising? Has digital advertising crossed television? How much does FMCG contribute? How much does e-commerce spend? Which category of advertisers spends on search? How to embrace and create value in the Web3 economy? I think to answer and give you a summary of the entire report, I would now invite my friend who will now summarize this report for you. Abhik, over to you.
Thank you, Vinod, Divya, and everyone here. Namaskar. The last time we met was at the 4th round of this report, somewhere at the beginning of 2020. And after all these years, we come together at the 7th round, and more importantly, to celebrate the generational leap that India and her people have taken with digital media. Generational leap in terms of the large-scale business transformation that has happened throughout at all scales in the past 3 years. Generational leap in terms of the opening up of the gateway to Industrial Revolution 4.0 with the launch of 5G services. Dark technologies becoming mainstream. As Vinod mentioned, UPI not just remaining an Indian phenomena, but being accepted globally. E-Rupee being pilot tested for deployment as we speak. And more importantly, generational leap in terms of India rapidly moving towards her goal of $1 trillion digital economy by 2025. On a personal front, I frankly don't remember the last time I carried a wallet or my credit cards, debit cards, cash, or my driver's license. Or I don't remember the last time I left my home to purchase groceries, vegetables, fruits, or any household stuff. The time since we last met in 2020 and today, the journey has been quite a wild ride. Talking about yet another generational leap. The Indian advertising industry grew at 18.1% over the last year to close the year 2022 with a market size of 85,769 crore. In 2023, it will grow at 14.7% to reach a market size of 98,363 crore. And it will grow at a compounded rate of 15.07% to reach 1,13,575 crore by the end of 2024. Let's now dive in to look at what are the contributors to this incredible growth story. FMCG has the highest contribution of 30% to the Indian advertising market, followed by e-commerce contributing 18% and consumer durables contributing 7%. While FMCG has the highest contribution in terms of volume, I think the growth of this Indian advertising industry can be attributed to e-commerce. With the large scale and immense volume of digital transactions happening, and the mass adoption of e-commerce applications, the spends by the e-commerce category has grown by 63% over the last year. The biggest share of advertising spends comes from television, contributing 40%, followed by digital media contributing 35%, and print contributing 21% to the Indian advertising industry. We all know historically television has enjoyed a lion's share of advertising spends and reach, and digital has been following up. But this year, in 2023, digital media will take the generational leap to finally overtake television and have a spend share of 40% compared to that of 37% by the end of this year. And come 2024, digital media will have a spend share of 45%, leaving television far behind. When I look at it, digital media has helped us to break the boundaries of the physical world. And it has also enabled us to dream and explore the infinite possibilities that the virtual world presents us. Digital media as an industry has been making generational leaps from strength to strength. And I think you might have observed by now that generational leap has been my favorite phrase so far. And I'm sure as we proceed through the evening, it will be yours too. Well, digital media grew at 39.5% over 2021 to reach a market share of 29,784 crore. This year it will have 39,315 crore and will grow at a compounded rate of 31% to reach cross the 50,000 crore mark and have a market share of 51,110 crore by 2024. The largest contributors to the digital media industry have been FMCG, e-commerce, consumer durables, pharma, and automotive. While more than half of the spends on digital media come from FMCG and e-commerce, the growth in terms of the spends, the percentage of spends on digital media have been led by the telecom and pharmaceutical sectors. In 2022, telecom spent 50% of their overall media budget on digital, a 4 times growth over last year. In the same period of time, pharmaceutical boosted their media budget on digital by 3 times. As I said, digital will grow at a rate of 31% compounded to have a market size, to cross the market size of 50,000 crore by 2024. And this immense growth will be driven by online video and social media. Currently, social media contributes 30%, followed by 28% by online video. But in the next 2 years, online video will catch up and be at par with social media. And with the evolution of this new digital economy, now I don't think one needs to be a big film star to be famous or influential. Just an internet connection is sufficient. The evolution of this Web3 economy will also change the customer expectations, which now revolve around customer convenience, evolved e-commerce, and experiential media. The generational leap in digital payments technology will drive the customer convenience when they interact with businesses. We are already witnessing applications of UPI in the mass market when it comes to transactions around M-governance, healthcare, financial services, and in the future, IoT payments. Customers now expect to purchase goods and services online in a seamless and a super convenient way. And this is being facilitated with the evolution of e-commerce towards L-commerce or local commerce. The development of D2C platforms and the availability of hyper-local services is also driving this evolution. And talking about content, Web3 now offers us content which can be felt and experienced and not just seen or heard. Customers now expect immersive and spatial content through extended reality applications. And this they want while they are consuming not just their content, but also while they are interacting with brands. Consumers now expect to access real-world assets and locations through their digital representations, or as people commonly know it, avatars or avatars. Consumers expect Web3 technology to integrate seamlessly with their existing Web2 experiences and to provide a bridge between the physical and the digital worlds. And obviously, this presents businesses with new opportunities to drive innovation and create value for the customers in this new economy. Opportunities around convenience or customer convenience can be driven through artificial or ambient intelligence in creating applications which are hyper-personalized and have intuitive interfaces. AI or MI can also be tapped to create applications around wireless homes and a wireless and a IoT-driven future. Opportunities in the evolution of e-commerce can be tapped using decentralized local commerce with a plethora of hyper-local and automated services. And I think this will bring inclusivity through technology, which will benefit the society as a whole. The emergence of extended reality applications provides businesses with new opportunities to add value in the domains of immersive content, spatial experiences, gamified and personal entertainment. These will give rise to the new markets of the future and will bring in an evolution of marketing and creativity. And I foresee in this year, the marketing will evolve to be more spatial, more immersive, and more experiential. Well, I think 2023 is going to be the year of disruptions. Dark technologies have been making significant progress and will be deployed and implemented soon, if not have been already. This year, we'll have artificial intelligence and robots mingling with our daily lives. People expecting extended reality applications to be the new normal. Quantum computing taking on complex calculations faster than ever before. And distributed ledger tech or blockchain will make sure we're all on the same page. In fact, a correction. I think AI has already seeped in our lives much faster than we could have ever imagined. For example, just check this report that we just launched. If you don't have the physical copy, just check the digital copy of the report. And I can say, apart from the solid data and figures that we have been carrying for 7 years now, the report this year, in terms of the design, I would call it a chef's kiss. And guess what? The artwork and the design for this report has been generated completely using generative AI tools. What you see right now is the first physical manifestation of generative artificial intelligence using Midjourney, DALL-E, ChatGPT, or as people know, ChatGPT. And this makes this Dentsu E4M Digital Advertising Report 2023 the first of its kind in the world to have an artwork generated completely using artificial intelligence. And to look at it, we have just begun this generational leap. And we are way, way far from the apogee. But in the paraphrasing Neil Armstrong, I would say it's one small step for technology and one generational leap for mankind. So fasten your seatbelts, you all. I'd like to invite now Divya to invite our next esteemed speaker on the stage.
Our next speaker needs little introduction to quite a few of us here in this room. Rob Gilby, CEO, Dentsu APAC. With over 3 decades of experience under his belt, he spent as many as more than 25 years in the APAC market. To read out Rob's track record, it's one accolade after another. He has a proven track record of growing profitable businesses for global multinationals, including the Walt Disney Company, Warner Media, and PwC, with extensive experience in markets that include China, India, Australia, and Southeast Asia. Rob joined Dentsu from Nielsen, where he was president, APAC, responsible for building relationships with key media owners, brands, and agencies to deliver audience insights across the media ecosystem. Rob has also held non-executive advisory and board roles with Singapore Ministry of Communication and Information, as well as the Infocom Media Development Authority, and as chair Singapore Media Festivals. Ladies and gentlemen, please join your hands together and welcome Rob Gilby. Rob.
Thanks, Divya. Thank you. Very kind. Make sure we can get this going in the right direction. The big one goes forward, right? Okay, that's my avatar. The good thing about avatars is they allow you to express your best personal self. Unfortunately, in real life, I have a little less hair, a little bit more weight, and I have to wear my glasses so I can see all of you. So, thanks, Divya, for covering a little bit of my background. As you might be able to tell from that background, for the last most of my last 30 years, I have a passion for media and technology and how they come together. I'm also blessed that much of that career, more than 25 years, I've been coming to this amazing country, and I've had an opportunity to work on a lot of projects in media, in television, in digital media, and I can never get enough. And I have to say, I know we covered a little bit earlier on, but the tourism tagline for India of Incredible India, I think, could not express it any better than it does today. And after 27 years, I think was the first time I came to India, I can't think of a better moment for India. This is the start of a whole new phase. Not only does India have the size and scale, but it's more like a continent than a country. And so that gives you the platform with amazing talent. There's amazing skills here in India: technology, engineering, creativity, commerce, finance. And so all of this is adding up to make not only drive economic growth and success for India, but the role of India on the global stage has never been stronger, and I think that's just going to continue. I go back, even though I've been coming a long time, I'd go back 6 or 7 years ago when the government said digital India is absolutely essential to the success of this nation. And after that, the availability of 4G at an affordable price has driven the explosion of ecosystems. Digital payment ecosystems, commerce, digital media and streaming. And you've not just pioneered success in this market, but you've set a model for markets around the world. When 5G launched late last year, for me, I got even more excited because this is the start of your next phase of digital transformation. One where I think you're going to lead the world at scale. And so 5G is not just a backbone infrastructure technology. It enables different experiences and enables different technologies to connect with consumers. So one of the things that excited me about joining Dentsu is Dentsu helps brands make human connections. And it does that through amazing creativity, technology, and a deep understanding of the emerging media space. So, what am I going to talk about today? Well, Abhijit touched on it a little bit, is some of the transformation changes. I'm going to talk a little bit about the metaverse and Web3. So I love the description we use to say, the meta what? Well, everybody has a slightly different description of the metaverse. And the metaverse has gone through a standard Gartner hype curve. Various people are at different stages on that hype curve. Some are getting to the peak of the expectations. Some have gone over that hill into disillusionment. But beyond that comes the sustainable development of any hype curve where the reality checks in and people understand what their role is, where we're at, and how to experiment. So a little later, I'll talk a little bit of how brands have been experimenting in metaverse, what they're doing, and what we at Dentsu are doing to support the development and role of metaverse and Web3. So first, this is not the definition. This is our common understanding at Dentsu, but there are different definitions because it's evolving. So the first thing is, the metaverse is the future of all digital media and commerce and the successor to the current internet. Some of you may not believe that, but we're on the start of the journey to do that. Many people at the start of the internet did not believe that it would play the role that it did, and we're at the start of that journey now. But there are some different traits about the metaverse and the role of Web3 in this next phase. There are a few key trends here. It consists of a persistent, shared spaces that are linked together with interoperability and a fully functioning economy and open access to all. Now, many of those sub-pieces are still being formed. The fully functioning economy, there's been a lot of experimentation with crypto and different currencies. That's a curve that people are going on, but there's a move towards digital currencies, one that you know better here in India than markets that people call developed, like the US or the UK. There are some tenets of Web3, which is the backbone. I think of the metaverse as the presentation layer of Web3. So there's a few tenets that are slightly different to the internet. The first is value exchange. We hear a lot of talk about tokens, fungible tokens, non-fungible tokens. You know, they are the fuel, they aid the exchange, but it's really the smart contracts that enable transactions from one person to another person without the need of the intermediaries in a safe and secure environment. So the smart contract systems that are built on top of blockchain are enabling rapid interchange at scale. Another important differentiation is self-sovereign identity. We've grown up in digital economies over the last 5 to 10 years. But our identity was managed by large organizations, amazing organizations that will still continue to exist. But the self-sovereign identity allows the individual to have their identity back and have it protected and to control their data and to choose which applications they engage with and how they interact. Underlying all of this are technologies, decentralized technologies. So obviously the blockchain is the backbone of that. For brands, one of the questions I often get asked is, yeah, but that's all very cool and exciting for a lot of the engineers, but what does it mean for me? Well, we have to answer that question, we have to think about what it means to consumers. How are they engaging with the metaverse? There are areas that many of you will already be familiar with. Gaming in Web 2.0. gaming platforms like Roblox or games like Fortnite are a first step into the world of the metaverse. They are Web 2.0 versions. But many of the Web 3.0 versions are offering richer, more immersive experiences, either in a gaming platform or the web. Now, a lot of that relies on virtual reality, and I'll show you a model we look at in a second. But virtual reality requires the coming together of some physical technologies and the actual production of the immersive worlds that people are entering. There are some other schools of thought that combine augmented reality, which is instead of removing you from the physical world you're in and immersing into a virtual world, they put the virtual world on top of the physical world that you live. Now, when you put these two together, there's no right answer. It's not augmented reality will win and virtual reality won't, or vice versa. So we talk a lot about extended realities because these are a suite of tools to engage with audiences, especially the next generation. And we'll talk a little bit more about NFTs in a moment because a lot of people think about NFTs as digital artwork. That's probably one of the first manifestations we think about. But NFTs are just digital rights. Those rights could be a visual asset, like a graphic piece of work. They could be a right to have a membership at a club or access a privilege or a benefit. So there's a lot more usage of NFTs than people are thinking about currently today. So here's that model I think about. The metaverse is a very layered environment because it's powered by Web3. At the heart are infrastructures that allow that access. 5G today we're very excited about, but 6G is already in development. And so how do we leverage that access and the usage of cloud to transact at scale? Obviously, we are still humans, despite our lovely AI report, and despite my avatar. We need human interfaces. We're used to human interfaces. You have hundreds of millions of phone screens. That's an interface. We've had TVs, they're interfaces. But the interfaces are evolving. We talk a lot about goggles and wearables, but I also talk about haptic is being developed, the materials that allow you to experience sensations and stimulate the experience to give a more realistic experience. All of this, of course, is powered by the computing power that drives this. Edge computing is enabling a lot more processing speed, which enables a lot greater realism of the experiences. And obviously, we talked about AI. There's a lot of aspects to machine learning. That's worth a whole conference on itself. But we're talking a lot about the role of generative AI. We've talked about some of the visual aids, but also ChatGPT. That's still quite early in its growth. But what it's enabling now is artificial intelligence and machine learning as a tool. Moving to the creator economy, one of the things we're doing is we're seeing these worlds come together. So social media has created a greater empowerment in creators. I grew up in a world of film and television and big studios and big egos and big artists and big talent. We still have those big artists and some big egos, but we are empowering anyone, anywhere to become creators. So we've already had that for some time in the creator economy, but put that into a virtual world and put that into generating creative content at scale, asset marketplaces at scale, processes that people can learn very quickly instead of 20 years in the craft, and you enable much more interaction and much more creativity. On top of that, we need to form the connection, and we need to monetize it. Wonderful to have so many brands here. Thank you for your wallets. But we need to find ways to connect people, and individuals who are creating assets, even if they're an individual sitting in their bedroom, creating a virtual avatar, they want to monetize and they want to participate, but they don't have the ecosystems that we have. So how do we create an economically balanced ecosystem for all? Ad networks are key to that. Curation, systems that allow us to measure and value that. That's the discovery part. And experiences, how do we enhance those experiences? I'll share a few examples in a moment of the first wave of metaverse and the experimentation that people have. But one of the areas people are spending a lot of time right now is how do you make a metaverse experience more engaging? Theaters, movie shows, movie theaters in virtual worlds. I saw Shimaru launch the virtual cinema. There is experimentation now from cinemas, from esports. Gaming was obviously a natural platform, but now there's so many more ways to experiment with that experience. So let's look at some practical examples, because we can spend days on the theory, on what it actually is, and people get excited building things, but it's no it doesn't have as much value if we don't understand how do we connect humans and brands, which is my passion at Dentsu. So in our experience, and I'm going to run through some examples, some that we've been involved in creating or partnering in, others which are just ones we hold up as great examples. And when we think about it, there's two key areas. How have brands engaged with these platforms to build brand and brand awareness and brand affinity? And how have they engaged in actual commerce-related transactions? Now, even if your business doesn't come from one of these sectors, if you're able to see how it drove that sector, there's always manifestations, ways to bring that alive in your sector too. Everybody is starting to think about how to participate and experiment. So let's start with the brands. One of the earlier examples, 2020, the Japanese cosmetic brand Tatcha decided that they wanted to create just a simple engagement inside one of the games, Animal Crossing. So they just created an island and they enabled scavenger hunts. Very simple gamification techniques to just hunt around. In doing the hunting around and the gamification rewards that come from participating on that island, they then engage on some of their products. They showcase some of the new products. Very simple experimentation. The metrics of conversion are probably not very tangible. It was more to participate, gauge some noise, and actually access an interesting new audience. And that's one of the reasons a lot of brands have been experimenting. Obviously, there's a younger demographic, a future customer demographic that are more active in this space today, but obviously the demographic is also broadening. So that was just an early example, not a sophisticated, deep, complicated example, but just early experimentation. An example that we supported recently was Heineken launched a new brand, the kind of silver brand. And they created a virtual bar and a virtual DJ space, and they encouraged people to come and sample the beer. The only problem was, it was a virtual beer, and you couldn't really sample it. And so, it generated a lot of chat and debate, and it wasn't meant to actually sample the product. It was obviously meant to create some buzz and some PR. And what's interesting, they then went on to buy I think this one was in Decentraland. They actually bought the land and now will continue to experiment with this space as an area to experiment their participation. Now, many of you have heard of the use of virtual or avatars or virtual influencers. Well, it started out as a kind of virtual influencer modeling. It's become a lot more complicated, and we like to think of it as virtual identities because there are so many uses. Some of these characters, some of the virtual identities can be created in sort of purely produced, sort of pre-produced. Others, we use green screen technology, a bit like we did in the movie industry, where we kind of wire up, green screen, and you actually emulate the individual person. What we've found is that there's multiple purposes that can be used, some which draw off traditional usage. Brand ambassadors. Maybe a celebrity before might have been a brand ambassador. Now, some of these individual influencers have their own followings. And so they can become a brand ambassador for that brand. It's much easier to guide and control a virtual identity than it is a real-life identity, as someone who's had to manage celebrities before. But it's also more easier to kind of craft alignment with a brand's particular brand objectives. Some of the virtual identities have got their own followings, their own social media accounts. They're very transparent about being virtual, and that's what makes it cool and fun. But then it's much easier to form those connections. One of the things we've found that with celebrities is they can't be everywhere all the time. And so if you create a virtual twin, it enables a much greater footprint and reach, which adds value to the celebrity and also adds value to the kind of the value of the virtual identity. But that's the more traditional use of endorsements, celebrities, influencers, which all of you are very familiar with. Another aspect, it can become actually a tangible operating member of a team, lead generation. So digital retail assistants. As you move into digital shopping, and a lot of the digital shopping platforms, whether it's live commerce, e-commerce, mobile commerce, you want to bring some of that humanity back. And even though it's not a human, you create some of the interaction with a virtual assistant. Same thing with live events and hosts and talent. And you can even move that to being employee experiences as well. So moving on to the commerce side of things, another earlier example, I think this one was probably 2019, Louis Vuitton partnered with well-known game League of Legends and created a series of virtual goods, virtual skins that you could buy in the game. And it really was just an experimentation. But for Louis Vuitton, it was very interesting. It moved to a much younger demographic, that still were rising in discretionary spend. It enabled them to add a different brand element, a cooler brand element. It allowed them to experiment with the use of these platforms at a very early stage. Move that forward a little bit to 2021. Ralph Lauren partnered with Zepeto, again with the pronunciation right, Zepeto, to create a full replication of their 2021 summer collection as a virtual version. And what this did is it really created a connection between the virtual worlds that some of their customers were engaged with and the physical worlds. And a number of other brands have started drawing on that. And with that, there's been a move towards this kind of omni-reality, virtual and physical blend. Balenciaga is another one that's experimented with digital clothing. It took me a while, being a slightly older generation, to get my head around why would I pay for virtual clothing. But if you're participating a lot in these platforms and it's a much lower cost, you get the enjoyment of gamifications, much as you would if you play any of these games and you buy weapons and other life, extended lives, etc. It's an extension of that. But the value for a fashion brand is that it drives awareness about the design, it drives an affinity to want to go to the physical, and it translates to a much larger value of physical. Plus, it's quite hard to push people down the funnel, as you know, from brand awareness to intent to purchase to actual transactions. So this can actually shorten those transactions. We're at an early stage. There's not a perfect solution to that yet, but there's a lot more experimentation between general brand awareness and engagement and pushing through the funnel across digital platforms. For those who are still a bit cautious about the virtual reality world, there's the augmented reality world. And we've done some work, this one was with General Motors in the US, where we looked across their digital platforms and said, how could we add an AR element? And some of that AR element just allows you to experiment with what the car would look like in its location, this one in your driveway. Others allow you to actually put yourself in it, put it on the street, see how it looks in context. And so adding a layer to that, it's not the sole intent to purchase, but it makes the shopping experience a much richer experience, and that deepens your affinity to concluding a transaction. It's still early stage in experimentation. So this goes back to that earlier point I had about NFTs. A lot of rise and buzz, then a lot of skepticism about NFTs as an asset. Is it really an asset? I take 5 photos of me, change the color, and suddenly that's a valuable NFT and I'm going to sell it for millions. Probably not. Not even my avatar version of me, which is slimmer. But the point about the NFTs is literally it is a digital asset of a right and a transaction. And that could be a great design, but it could also be rights to a subscription or membership to a club. So we're starting to see the NFT technology be used for loyalty campaigns. So there's an example I don't have up here, but for FIFA, they put QR codes on the back of crisp packets. And when you scan it, you use the NFT registration, you each have your unique identification, and then you get rewards from that single scan. So yes, we're all used to QR codes, but that QR code is not always linked to a single unique identifying right that you have. So there's a lot more usage of the backbone technology and the NFT structure to make it easier for direct relationships with your customers that are unique, protected, and secure. Now, there's no right way because we're in the earlier stage and experimentation is the key. And I think Estée Lauder is one of those examples I like holding up. They experiment in different ways for different parts of their brand portfolio. So they have a virtual retail environment, one example we do a lot of, which is Maison. That's just one example to experiment with that brand. They've experimented with a virtual games arcade, which is around one of their night repair serums. And then they also, because sustainability of their Aveda brand is key, they use the blockchain to be able to track uniquely the supply chain to ensure it complies with their sustainability goals. So there are multiple use cases for these technologies that are not just the obvious up and down hype of certain creative assets. So what are we doing? Well, we're still learning too, and we don't expect to have all the answers in-house, but we help work with brands to identify what they want to achieve by participating and how to do it. We have a number of partnerships. We have partnerships in NFTs that help us design and mint and launch NFT, whether that's through membership campaign or through assets. We work with a lot of the native platforms, whether it's Web 2 like Roblox and Fortnite, all the way through to some of the future platforms like Decentraland and Sandbox. And we also, as the new technologies emerge with AR and VR, we're working with those platforms to see how can our brands participate and experiment. We've made some investments. We bought a gaming company in Australia. We have minority investments in a number of AR, VR, or basically across the spectrum. And when we make these minority investments in some of these earlier stage businesses, we do that because A, we're really excited about their unique position in the ecosystem, what they're contributing. We are excited to support them on that journey by introducing them to the amazing brands we have in our portfolio. And then we use that to kind of enable growth of that particular part of the ecosystem. So it's still relatively early in the metaverse journey. But as we said, in India, 5G rollout, digital adoption has been massive. As we move ahead, that's going to become a backbone that enables the digital transformation of the nation. And I think you're not going to be following here, you're going to be leading the world. And so when you look at what brands are doing to participate in that, there are a number of ways we're working with them as they experiment. Next-gen showrooms and commerce transaction marketplaces. We're working with them on those platforms. Extended reality events. We are getting people back to in-person events. Thank you, E4M. I love coming to in-person events. I love to be here. But we need to kind of extend that as well in how do we extend these events into the virtual world. Reward and content. CRM and loyalty still matters. In fact, in a fragmented landscape, it's even harder to grab your share of attention and keep engaging with a brand. So that's an area we're spending a lot of time focusing on. And then activations, avatars. We in Singapore, in our Singapore office, just down the corridor from me, we have a room that produces the virtual avatars. We have the green screen, the technology, and we actually produce virtual avatars. And we white label that for partners as well. We've produced it for some companies across the region, and we don't say this is a Dentsu avatar. We produce the avatar, drive the awareness, and it's then revealed as it's a brand avatar. And then we get involved with virtual product design as well. Let me just, before I get to this, there's a video I want to show you. There's a big partnership we struck with Microsoft and LinkedIn. If I can get back to the video. Yes. So we've struck a partnership with Microsoft and LinkedIn to create a virtual world. And I think better than me describing this, it's better if I show you the little video. Do you have audio? Any audio?
Welcome to Dentsu Next Space. I'm Neva. I'll be your tour guide to take you through our latest experiences brought together by the teams at Dentsu, Microsoft, LinkedIn, and Head Office Space. At Dentsu Next Space, teams can learn about reinventing retail experiences, amplifying assistance, rapidly prototype ideas, accelerate insights, immersive learning, the power of networking, and more. For the first time in the Dentsu Next Space, visitors can log in with LinkedIn, a professional community powered by more than 875 million members, to grow their networks, connect with their communities, and engage their audiences. We know team collaboration is important in any business, and it's no different here in the Dentsu Metaversity. Thanks to the power of Microsoft, enabling our teams across the world to upskill and learn new crafts. Using Microsoft 365 products, text-to-speech, and forthcoming Microsoft Designer capabilities, we've built an immersive learning experience to power up new starter inductions, employee training, and more, enabling teams anywhere to gain new skills and competencies. This floor is currently dedicated to Microsoft Viva Insights, designed to help teams balance productivity and well-being in the workplace with data-driven, privacy-protected insights and recommendations. Over here, we have the Microsoft Retail Education Space, where retailers and brands can gather, learn, and see demonstrations on the latest retail technologies featuring Microsoft Dynamics 365, Microsoft Cloud for Retail, and Dentsu's proprietary ShopNext retail innovations. Here at the ShopNext showroom, we can educate and inspire teams with hands-on demos of our ShopNext retail innovations, scan and know, and unbox it. Our Merkle Virtual Retail Lab features our latest retail innovations and explorations across e-commerce, media monetization, virtual shopping, and more. Imagine creating bespoke experiences for your customers, like this digital twin of a beauty bar. And because your brand is your destination, we have the ability to create experiences that integrate into your existing e-commerce website, customer profiles, and loyalty programs. Hey, let's check out the Dentsu Intelligence Center, our home of future-focused thought leadership, immersive insights, and design thinking workshops. Getting from place to place is easy on Dentsu Next Space. Now, let's take a look at the LinkedIn Lounge. The LinkedIn Lounge is a space where brands can connect through their professional LinkedIn identities to recruit, network, and engage with prospective buyers and customers. We also host industry-leading talks and thought leadership sessions on the main stage. One of my favorite spaces in the LinkedIn Lounge is the gamified networking area. Down here we've got the Ecosia Forest. Here, you can learn all about Ecosia, powered by Microsoft, the search engine that helps create a better planet with every search. Making the switch to Ecosia is the simplest way to plant trees and be climate active every day. Did you know, together with Microsoft Advertising, Dentsu have planted over 1.5 million trees across the globe. This is just a glimpse of what we've created so far together with Microsoft and LinkedIn. With endless possibilities from the future of Web3, the evolution of the metaverse, AI-amplified assistants, and accessible everyday tools brought together to inspire and excite brands about what's next, let's create the never before together.
So I shared with you a few examples. As I said, it's all about experimentation at this stage. I'd like to hope that when we get together for next year, that some of the best examples anywhere around the globe that we're talking about come from here in India. So thank you very much. Oh, stay on stage? Okay.
Well, I had to stop, Rob. We want you further on the stage.
Okay.
On that note, if I could have the editor, Ephraim Nazia Alvi Rehman, to kindly join us and help us in the felicitation. Ladies and gentlemen, a big, big round of applause for Nazia. Thank you, Nazia. And Rob rightly started with Incredible India. I would like to say incredible Rob, incredible Dentsu leadership team. Let's give them all a big, big round of applause.
Thank you.
And just a customary picture with all the smile he has to offer on the stage. Thank you, Raghu, on that. Thank you. Yes, you may continue to clap. I don't have to always ask you to applaud. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, firstly, congratulations to the entire team. What an excellent unveiling we've had. And of course, we all are looking forward to reading the report page by page, fact by fact, insights by insight. So, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, it is time for me to get the stage ready, as you can see, for our panel discussion. We always target the best leadership to come around, and that is what is happening today. First up, we've got the most exciting, awaited panel discussion of the day, which is on India Digital Stack for Technology and Creativity in the New Digital Economy. We're talking about the uniqueness of India Digital Stack for Technology and the creativity, be it in the Web3. Well, the India Stack, as you may agree, has two major components: a unique identifier for each citizen called the Aadhaar, and a digital payments infrastructure built by the National Payments Corporation of India, which is NPCI. A staggering 1.29 billion Aadhaar cards have been issued since 2016. The Web3, of course, being the third generation of the internet, and it is built on the philosophy that internet should be a decentralized network of computers rather than a centralized one. This means that there's going to be no single point of failure and no central authority controlling the flow of information. To discuss around this and much more, we have a very exciting panel discussion. As we can see, the stage is all set. It is now my honor, first up, to call upon the MD, BlinkX by JM Financial, Gagan Singla, to kindly join us. Thank you, Mr. Singla. If I could now have the Executive Vice President and Head of Digital Business Unit, Kotak Life, Prasad Pimple. If I could now have the Head of Enterprise India, Criterio Mithavi Singh, to kindly join us. The lady in the red, looking very vibrant. Thank you for joining us. The Head Marketing, Digital and Customer Experience, ICICI Prudential AMC, Abhijit Shah. Mr. Shah, requesting you to kindly join us. And to have the panel in play and being the session chair, the Chief Strategy Officer, Fractal Inc., a Merkle company, Rashmi Sethi. Ms. Sethi, an honor to have you today, and thank you for agreeing to be the session chair. I'm sure your wisdom will guide this forum forward. And if you could just request Mr. Shah as well, if in case, is he there? Yes, right there. We're just waiting for you to join us. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, the Head Marketing, Digital and Customer Experience, ICICI Prudential AMC, Abhijit Shah. Thank you. Over to you, Rashmi.
Hello. Yeah, sorry, Rashmi, for the apologies, and apologies for the delay, because we just a day after the union budget, and I work for an asset management company, mutual fund, so sorry for that. Yeah.
Right, no worries. Hello all. After such an enriching and energetic keynote by Rob Gilby, hope we can keep the momentum alive. So the topic that we have today is India Digital Stack for Technology and Creativity in the New Digital Economy. And the focus will be on the uniqueness of this digital stack and the value for Web3 economy. So quick round of introductions by the panel member. You want to get started?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gagan. I work with JM trying to build a fintech called Blinks. I have about 20 years experience across technology and finance.
Yeah, hi everyone, this is Prasad. I manage digital business in Kotak Life, basically managing to keep up with the change or the pace of change which is happening in the digital world. That's what I generally call it as managing digital business. So that's how it is. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Medhavi and I head the enterprise business at Criteo India.
Hi, again everyone, I'm Abhijit Shah. I'm accountable for marketing, digital business, customer experience, and the direct business for ICICI Prudential Mutual Fund in India. Thank you.
Thank you. And this is Rashmi Sethi, the Chief Strategy Officer at Merkle Link, which is at Fractal Link, which is a Merkle India company. Let's get started. So talking about the India digital stack, which includes the open source network, the APIs for digital products covering identity, payments like UPI, Aadhaar, account aggregator, is now available for countries that need that technology. I will leave the question open for anybody in the panel to answer. What do you think has been the most successful story of India's stack adoption and penetration within the country or globally? Who would want to go first?
Since I came last, maybe.
Sure.
Thank you.
Abhijit, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'd say, and you know, Gagan and Prasad are here, and this looks a very heavy FinServ kind of a model. And, you know, I'd say the largest game changer for us as an industry, especially mutual funds, has been the whole digital onboarding that the India stack provides. And, you know, opening a mutual fund account was a tedious process, an onerous documentation requirement, and you would go back and forth, get various stamps, signatures, papers, then people would verify that, and then, you know, there would be some kind of a cooling off period to give a couple of more steps of verification. So, it was a large process, it was difficult. At the same time, there were many friction points, and you know, people in the room definitely can appreciate and understand if there's more friction, more drop-offs, and less conversion. But the Aadhaar-based eKYC works really wonders, and within a few seconds, you can actually get onboarded. So for us, that's been the real game changer, and I'm sure Gagan and Prasad can add.
Yeah, so I completely agree. So from the perspective of any BFSI company, today if I talk about, all of them, what you mentioned about Rashmi, that not just the eKYC solutioning, but UPI payment, the entire ecosystem of payment gateways. We all have been doing digital business from last almost 15 years now, but the ease with which customer can today complete the journey online, that has tremendously got changed with the advent of eKYC, CKYC, plus UPI as the payment. In fact, Vinod talked about it during his presentation of entire digital transformation, how that thing completely changed. I would say everything what currently we are experiencing is helping us build that ecosystem stronger from the customer perspective.
Right, thank you. So Gagan, would you like to add like how you have leveraged this?
Obviously, I think everybody has, but one interesting thing is that if you look at the report summary, right, not even a single slide had financial services in it, right?
Yes.
In the top three, we had always had the other industries, but right now in this panel, 3 of us are financial services. I think next year we should have financial services in top 3. With India Digital Stack, that is possible, right? First time we are talking about millions of customers, right?
Yeah.
In securities, in mutual funds. It has always been an economy which talks about lakhs, right? In the last 25 years, you say 5 lakh customers, 1 lakh customer. Now they are, the digital stack has made it possible to talk about 10 million, 20 million, 25 million, right? FMCG, for that, that's a back of the hand calculation for FMCG. But financial industry is completely changing now, right?
Yeah.
We can build scale, right? Building scale in financial services has always been a pain because the ROI doesn't work out without digital, right? It has been always a cost to service, right? With the tech ecosystem, that is possible. All parts of digital stack are critical for us. As Abhijit said, that whole onboarding uses Aadhaar, it uses UPI, it uses all the parts. I think personally, I've always found DigiLocker to be the most fascinating because when I was growing up as a child, I always thought that centralized ID hona chahiye. So when Aadhaar came, I was like, finally something is happening. It was obviously shocking that nobody had done it in the world. But DigiLocker was unexpected, right? I never thought DigiLocker will come or something like that can even happen. It was beyond imagination. So I think that had changed. Even when it came, I was like, this will not work, right? But the way it has helped us in the eKYC version 2, we built a lot of stuff in, I think, 15, 16, 17, 18, with the eKYC one when Aadhaar was there. But when DigiLocker came, the way the things changed, I think has given a second big jump. So if we have to single out something which is special to me is DigiLocker. But the way we have used it, in my industry, there's a specific thing in the securities and investments, which is not so much, I think, in all the other industries, is that if you have to invest, you have to continuously transfer funds, to keep transferring funds, right? So the way we use UPI, I think, has a huge value add to us. UPI is big for all of us, right? All of us use it. But for us, it's a direct revenue value, right? Because I think that's true for everybody else. Maybe I don't know the other industries, but in investments, with UPI coming in, the way the customer is able to transfer funds at the time of, at the moment when they want to buy a stock. And earlier, see, stocks move very fast, right? You have to buy on the spot sometimes and so on. UPI makes it possible. So you are able to engage with customers with UPI much better. And for us, it's direct revenue, right? So in my view, UPI is a thing which we have leveraged a lot, which has given us the ROI, and that is what is important in the long-term sustainable businesses, right? So that's what I can add.
That's exciting. Thank you. Would you want to add something, Vidal?
Yeah, definitely. You know, I think Aadhaar definitely, as everyone said, paved the way for this whole stack. But I think UPI really was an absolute game changer. UPI really helped to change the way digital payments was happening. And on one end, there was the government that was ensuring that more and more people become bank account holders. And on the other end, there are fintech firms who are ensuring that people who do not even have a bank account are able to seamlessly do digital payments. So I think that was a very game changer thing. And also I think COVID really accelerated it because it took 4 years since its inception for it to cross, I think, 3 lakh crores monthly. And then within 1 year, from 2020 to 21, it actually more than doubled to 7 lakh crores. So I think that also has really changed, and that change is here to stay.
Yeah, well, I think what Medhavi said about COVID, and there was one big WhatsApp floating, right? What transformed your digital journey or digitization in your organization? And the questions were CMO, CDO, CTO, or COVID-19. And mostly people answered COVID-19, right?
Yeah. So yeah, continuing with this, so yes, pandemic has catalyzed the digital transformation across businesses. Digital has witnessed a positive growth, be it digital advertisement space, adoption of e-commerce, cashless transactions. So traditionally, basically, creativity has been about great storytelling and concepts with some incremental innovations. What opportunities would you further explore to tap into this space, where we can create magic by leveraging data with creativity and technology? Who would like to go first? Prasad, you would want to take this?
So, when we talk about this entire digital ecosystem and link it to the advertisement part of it, what has happened over last maybe 7-8 years, the data technology and the media planning, they have got very well integrated. You can track all the data points through the analytics, complete analytics, not just your own website, but all your advertisement placements, impressions, clicks, to purchase. Everything can be tracked, so that data collection, data accumulation, insight generation was a big change. That coupled with the media planning, so many platforms have come in, and that has resulted into significant media planning basis the data as compared to the gut feeling. That is the biggest change which has happened from that media planning perspective. Today I can segment customer, go personalize, remarket, retarget, whatever I want to do with the customer base I have created, the first party data. There are so many avenues through which we can connect with the customers. But the biggest change which is yet to happen, and we are still working on it, that where technology will aid that solutioning, is the creative part of it, content creation. Right? We all talked about the ChatGPT at the start of the conversation. It is not about what ChatGPT is doing was not available earlier. That information which ChatGPT is currently pulling out is from search engines. Correct? That's where the entire repository of information lies. But it is currently making it more conversational, it is making it more apt for the user, it is giving that user experience. So that same user experience, we need to bring in all the creative part of it. Currently, when we talk about creativity, that creating a particular concept, a storytelling, we all as a marketeer start with the brief, correct? There is a need for the customer, and to basically ignite that need, what kind of story I should build out of it, correct? So that's how we all start. Tomorrow we will have another GPT, which is not Chat GPT, maybe a Create GPT, which will help us develop this communication basis the brief what we are creating. It will be an additional aid to build so much of content. Currently we say that yes, we are in a content economy, so much of content is getting generated every day, people are consuming the content. But today the kind of content which is getting consumed is what is thrown at you. You have not selected that content. I have seen a lot of videos on YouTube where 1 million, 10 million views are there, and those videos have nothing into it. It's just like one cat is jumping from one table to other table, has so many views. But people are consuming that content because that content is getting pushed to them. Tomorrow there will be a scenario where with the help of technology, data, a specific content can be created by the brands with the help of that, which is real-time content, which is contextual. Today I take some time to create a contextual content, but technology will aid those things. I can write a brief to the system, to a machine saying, this is the context, this is the brief, I need an urgent creative, help me with that particular part. I think that's where the overall scenario will change and that transformation will happen. I don't remember which slide, but I think it was Vinod's slides, which talked about that we have a infrastructure, we have worked on digital transformation. There was another pillar which was content, where transformation is yet to happen. We are in that process. But if that happens, that gives so much of power to both marketeers and consumers that the overall customer experience can get amplified like nothing like it.
Yeah, so
actually,
2023 basically would be a year where you transform this in the entire customer journeys.
Yeah, I was just thinking, and I was kind of recollecting an experience just about last week, what Prasad mentioned, and getting creative brief written was like what I think I wouldn't say 50, but about 70% of the problem, and the time taken was so high that you just keep on having iterations and review, and that was a large part of any CMO's life, to review briefs or task the team to get a brief. And last week, this member in my team just came up with a brief within a day, and I was like, and it was really well written. The kind of briefs that people used to write, or this particular person used to write, was needed improvement. Let's just keep it at that. But this was really surreal to get this brief out. So I asked, how did you manage that? And he said, I just inputted saying how to market blue chip funds to whatever the target segment was. And there was a huge brief on that. And he told me that, it's ChatGPT. My next question was that, if you are doing this, my competitor is also doing this. So there will be the same brief floating in the market. So to which he added that there's a tool, sir, that, that kind of checks it for plagiarism. And this is 90% non-plagiarized. So I think, things are moving in a very different direction.
Thanks, Abhijit. Would you like to add your perspective?
Yeah, sure. I think because we're talking about business opportunities, I think ONDC is one thing that will definitely change and present a lot of business opportunities, because I think what UPI did to digital payments, it is going to do to the e-commerce space. And the way ONDC is expected to move, and once we have a government's muscle put behind any initiative, we all know the kind of penetration it can have, and also it affects the human psychology where everyone is more okay to accept that and go ahead with it. So I think ONDC is going to be huge. And also with the kind of ambition that ONDC has taken, which is to kind of ensure that the 8% e-com digital penetration that we have today, in the next 2 years, they want to take it to 25%, I think, which is good news for so many verticals. There is going to be change for media and entertainment, for sports, for e-com, and even ones that are affected because of a lot of people who are going to be doing these transactions, which can even be like travel, etc. So I think a lot of verticals do that. And I think the second thing that I think is commerce media, which is again something that has become the buzzword recently. With commerce media, what we're doing is that there is retailers' data, and then at the same time, there is an AI, which together gets powered and ensures that you're giving very personalized experience to users these days, because it's all about personalizations. And being able to get that user consent and give them that experience, I think that is also one thing that is definitely going to take over.
Yeah, that's interesting. Thank you. Can we open this forum for the audience here if you want to ask any questions to the panel? Is there any? Okay, moving on. So India's goal is to become $1 trillion USD in digital economy by 2025. And this is built on 3 pillars of infrastructure, business transformation, and digital commerce, like we are discussing. So how do you envision the futuristic business opportunities for elevated customer experience in addition to revenue growth and competitive advantage? And I will add one more thing. Do you see any limitations in adoption of this?
Biggest limitation in financial services is trust. Right? Whatever happens, when things go down, that is where the financial services leadership or strength comes in. Right? when an economy goes down or when something goes wrong, right? When some frauds are caught, right? So one of the biggest things in Web3, which I see as a person in this industry, is that it will generate more trust. It will generate more decentralized way of clearing, decentralized way of tokenization. So you will see that there are very, very large financial institutions in the country who have not still adopted digital fully, but they continue to be large and they will still growing much better than others, primarily because they generate trust. Right? So in my view, biggest thing that still is lacking in the digital ecosystem in India even today is the amount of trust. Even today, there is too much discussion on cyber fraud. Everybody believes that if it is a paper, the fraud chances are lesser. There are enough research which proves that actually paper fraud chances are higher. Actually, online fraud chances are lower. But there is a feel to it. So in my view, Web 3.0 should generate more trust. Right? We see a lot of people talk about crypto, and I have not a very good understanding of crypto. But there is a lot of trust issues which causes the delay in growth. Right? So in our industry, I think the biggest thing is about how the new technologies will generate trust. When we talk about ONDC, some of these things, UPI, e-Rupee, I think generate more trust. And that is why, while there is so much e-commerce in the country in the last 7-8 years in terms of e-tailing, the way Flipkarts or Amazons have grown, ONDC will generate more trust, right? So more trust comes, I think that will pave the way. So more technology and stack should generate more deep trust in the consumers about the whole ecosystem.
Thank you. You would like to add perspective?
Yeah, I think what Gagan mentioned about trust is the opportunity, to the opportunity part in your question, because I think digitization, digital customer experience, involvement, high engagement, it all leads to a lot of transparency in the transaction, be it onboarding, ongoing, or any engagement with the product. Like, I mean, be it ordering on Swiggy, where you actually see where the person is, what's happening, and I have a recourse. In a non-digital framework, that experience is largely broken. And when it comes to financial services, I mean, the largest grouse that a customer has with any financial institution is that they took my money, but I don't know what happened to my money, or when will I get my redemption, or I do not have any view on how things are moving.
And how easy it is to close an account, actually.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, I think, and so, with this NRI, UPI, NRI is also wanting to invest in India. The biggest, and if you pick up any NRI, the largest entry barrier was that, look, I really get scared of the whole documentation / onboarding process. So digitization helps with it. Of course, large corporates, large companies are still a bit careful to tread on the digital journey, be it on cloud migration, or be it on new open architecture led technologies, because of the whole data transparency trust part. But I'm sure that is a large opportunity with things like Web 3.0 or other initiatives will get. And I'm sure, Medhavi, from an enterprise point of view, can add more light on how things are changing, on getting organizations like ours to be more digital and more nimble.
Thank you.
So just to add from the limitation perspective, I'll just add 2 points here. One is with every ecosystem getting developed, be it, let's assume if I talk about UPI as the ecosystem, it is creating some sort of monopoly or duopoly in our Indian market. Whichever technology we currently talk about, right, when the entire, I would say, Web 1.0, 2.0 happened, the social media when we talk about, the search platforms when we talk about, they have all got into monopolies or duopolies in some of the scenarios. Now, what adds to that limitation is they basically take care of entire data. When we talk about the platforms which are currently number 1, number 2 in UPI, they have so much of data that they try to control the entire consumer ecosystem, the entire campaigning, the entire reach out program. It gets concentrated. So how I look at it, if I need to remove that limitation, somewhere what even Rob talked about, Vinod talked about, that somewhere the decentralization has to happen so that the entire customer data, the power which all players of the platform should have with them should not get concentrated with couple of companies. That's one limitation I will talk about. The second limitation in this entire ecosystem is the customer preference. Currently, we all are talking from our perspective that how exactly we should take this Web 3.0 forward to our customers to enhance their experience. But many times what we have observed, at least I understand from the securities perspective or from mutual fund perspective, it is more, it's a financial transaction, but more transactional than emotional. Whereas an industry like life insurance is more emotional than transactional, is more long-term in nature than any other financial product. Suddenly the customer preferences changes. They believe that customers believe that, okay, yes, I will look at all the information online, I will check everything online, but when I decide to purchase, I will go to my trusted agent. I think he talked about, Gagan talked about the trust. He will go to that trusted agent. He will go to a trusted relationship manager from a bank and do that transaction. Because if customer preference is not changing and I delve into the entire technology stack to improve his customer experience, then there is a challenge. I think what we need to also look into is what exactly customer wants. I might go overboard with my technology, with my experience enhancements, but if customer really wants a physical contact point, a person, a face to interact with, then I think we need to live with that particular point as well.
Exactly. So it's more about looking at experience as a starting point and you leverage technology to enable it. Anybody would like to add to the perspective?
No, nothing. I think Prasad has really mentioned that
Covered
there's
it
no,
really well.
no role of an avatar to replace the physical agent.
Yeah. So yeah, we're talking about this year is the year of unlocking the Web3. Web3 leverages peer-to-peer connect and decentralized infrastructure, as we all know, to deliver use cases, solutions across major applications such as finance, decentralized communities, entertainment, and infrastructure. So there would be concepts of blockchain, tokenization, NFT, metaverse. We saw so many examples. What is the unique value propositions you have come across or you think that will enable India to lead on this front? Anybody would want to take this?
Our industry so far, I have a limited knowledge still. I think metaverse is primarily helping so far in my industry only in learning, education and learning. We can use metaverse significantly to help people understand financial education, but actual transactions in money is still money. Obviously, there can be a lot of virtual experiences, but industry particularly is about real money. So that has to happen in the real world. So that's what my limited knowledge is.
Yeah, I think, as I said, e-com is something that will definitely have with ONDC a huge opportunity. Then also with the 5G penetration, a lot of the media will also grow. Now, if you look at it, there are already so many OTT platforms that are there. And it's also constantly growing. Now we're hearing about the regional ones that are catering to local dialects so as to actually involve the masses. So each of those industries is actually seeing that opportunity and that is going to change. And it's primarily based on this Indian stack because a large part of them are driven by or at least increasing which is by UPI or ONDC or 5G technology.
Thanks, Madam.
I'll just add one thing from the overall insurance industry perspective, that we all talked about the consumer journey, that if I as a customer want to do the life insurance purchase journey, I start with my online application form, I start with KYC, I have income proof document, I have payments, then I have medicals, then we have final policy issuance, which is underwriting decision, which finally happens. How I look at it, that currently this entire chain of insurance is slightly lengthy. It's time consuming, it's lengthy because it has a lot of physical elements into it. How I look at it, this entire digital stack which currently we have and what we are going to have in future, the entire health portal is going to come in. Right? Then our regulator is also putting a lot of energy in terms of simplifying the processes. What will happen today from policy search to payment, that entire ecosystem has got created. But from payment to policy issuance, which includes medical, which is the biggest challenging process what we currently have, I think that can get solved with the health portal what government is currently building. And if that gets exposed to various companies and can act as a repository of health information of most of the customers who have interacted with that ecosystem, I think that will simplify that payment to issuance leg as well. And overall customer experience, end to end, will become far smoother and enriching for the customers.
Yeah, so it's about creating journeys which are differentiated and personalized for your consumer segment. Yeah, that's the key to the experience.
Yeah, I think, it's covered. From our industry perspective, there's immense opportunity on Web3 because in any investment decision, there are multiple people involved. It's not like you just go and invest on impulse and the consumer is deciding on his or her own. So there are family members or friends, relatives, or that smart uncle who always makes money in the stock market. And the other part is advice is also on the tap. Today you ask anybody what to do on the market, there'll be, everybody and anybody will have a view. So I would say the right advice or the trusted advice coming through the right set of people is a large opportunity apart from content or awareness on the funnel side. And that's really the key because, we all need somebody or some sounding board. And here the sounding board is not emotional but very, very rational. Because it involves money, returns, IRRs, goals, etc. So some kind of an interactive advisory calculator which helps a customer decide to invest. So that's a large opportunity. Of course, a lot of these tools are available today, are fragmented, but what Web 3.0 can do is kind of seamlessly build them into the discovery, purchase, and ongoing engagement journeys of customers with their investments.
Yeah, thank you. So actually to summarize, the trends that we are seeing will emerge in future are more like customer convenience through digital transactions, evolution of e-commerce through D2C, experiential marketing from basically Web3 and extended reality, and we saw a few examples, and decentralized local commerce, which is more hyper-local. With this, we are coming towards the end of this panel discussion. We can keep the house open for any questions, 1 or 2 questions for the panel. Anybody has? Yeah, there is like...
Hi, my name is Dharmendra Rai. I had 2 thoughts about ChatGPT and similar technologies, and I just wanted your views on that. One is, the first thought that came to my mind was there would be mass hunger and mass unemployment in the world, and there would be civil wars, and within 5 years we would all become extinct. And the machines would write a book, how human beings became extinct. But there's one theory that plenty of time-saving technologies have not really saved time. For example, I have research to prove that email is not really a productivity tool. If instead of email we continue to write physical letters, I have data to prove that we would be spending the same time on communication because we get a lot of spam and we communicate a lot because it's free. So it may not result in great unemployment because it may not be as productive as we think it is at first glance. Number one. Number two is you'll need a human being to sign off on anything. Right? If you're making a PPT or you're sending a communication, you would want a human being to sign off on it, which means he's going to scan everything that a machine produces, and he has limited time and limited glucose in his body. So for these two reasons, I'm thinking how deeply will ChatGPT and such technologies really impact us? Prima facie, it looks fantastic.
Yeah, I would say, at least, I mean, I would tend to fully agree with you on that. For starters, I'm really not able to visualize what part of ChatGPT is really going to leave people unemployed, because to me it's creating more work, right? And just as an example, I mean, I would want to lean on some advice that my 8-year-old daughter gave me, is because she was hooked on to ChatGPT, playing with it. So, you know, she had to send a birthday message for one of her uncles, and she just said, you know, nice rhyming message for Saket uncle, right? And then there were multiple iterations that she kept on looking at. And, you know, because children have their own attention span and a fresh mind without baggage, she just looked at a couple of them, and, you know, she just turned back to us and said, you know, it's not really cool. And instead I will just kind of record a video message and send it to him. But the kind of time taken for that exercise, and she said that, you know, I would have done it earlier. So that is definitely one part. But I'd like to say that there are multiple other areas, like we spoke about the marketing brief, or and you know, long story short, I would say ChatGPT and tools like that can be enablers rather than replacement of a human/machine/idea.
Great, thank you. Any other views?
No, I think similar views. The only one thing I'll just add, that machine was always about aiding human beings, correct? Even in Three Idiots, Rancho also mentioned, machine वो है जो हम इंसान का काम आसान बनाए. From that perspective, whatever tools we are going to get, will they directly replace? Yes, they will definitely replace some of the human beings. The kind of work they are doing, they will not replace the human beings, but the kind of work they are doing, they definitely replace. But that time, you mentioned about that a lot of productive time is currently getting wasted in checking emails and communicating over emails rather than talking to over a call and conclude. That productive time wastage, what we are currently doing in those activities, that will get reduced. Human beings will be more free to do more productive activities, which will require original thinking. Yes, ChatGPT can write a book in a particular author's tonality, but can it create original new content today? Currently, the answer is no. It is currently rewriting things on the basis of whatever information is available. But original thought, original content, if machine evolves to that level, yes, then Terminator is soon to happen.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So yeah, with this we come towards the end of the panel. Thank you, members, for such an engaging and insightful discussion. Hope you all enjoyed it. Good day.
Thank you, Rashmi. Thank you very much.
If I may invite the Chief Client Officer of Dentsu, Sapna Arora, to kindly join us. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Sapna as she joins us to help us in felicitating our panel. We'd request our photographers to take the group photograph at the end. First, the felicitations, please. Thank you. Thank you once again, Gagan, Prasad, Medhavi, Abhijit. Thank you, Rashmi. And yes, with that, if you may come in together, and now we can take an official photograph, yeah? Yes. Just trying to sequence it out for my photographers out here, yeah? So, ladies and gentlemen, the hashtag is very simple. Thank you once again. Hashtag Dentsu E4M report as one word. Before we move ahead, I'd like to once again thank our partners, co-powered by Criteo, a global commerce media company that enables marketeers and media owners to drive better commerce outcomes. Co-gold partners being Bauble AI, world's largest conversation media platform, Lanyard partner being Lemma Technologies, an independent SSP for large format ads. Let's take a look at the partner AVs.
Criteo is the world leader in commerce media. We power online advertising that can be tied directly to sales at the product level for closed-loop measurement, whether you're selling goods or services. That includes ads on retailer websites, also known as retail media on-site, plus ads on publisher websites, across the open internet. With Criteo, you can attract new customers and drive purchases to engage audiences from acquisition through retention. We bring together the world's largest commerce dataset and commerce-tuned AI, unique inventory on the biggest retailers' websites around the world, premium open internet supply, and audiences you can't find anywhere else. To create today's leading commerce media platform, this is where marketers, retailers, and publishers unite and use large-scale first-party data to drive commerce on the open internet where consumers are actively shopping and buying. With Criteo's commerce media platform, they can build, scale, and activate privacy-safe audiences, deliver more relevant experiences, and tie digital campaigns to online and in-person results. Marketers and agencies improve advertising returns. Retailers and publishers earn more revenue. And most importantly, consumers enjoy richer experiences. This is the Criteo Commerce Media Platform. Criteo, the future is wide open.
So, ladies and gentlemen, on that front, it is time for us to move ahead to the next panel discussion. We're talking about the customer expectations in a new digital economy. What are the expectations of the Web3 consumer and the way brands can meet them to create value in the new digital economy? Since the stage is already set, it is going to be my honor to now call upon our esteemed panelists. The business head of NMIMS Global, Mr. Amit Deshmukh. Thank you, Amit, for joining us. If I could now have the head brand and digital media, ICICI Bank, Sachin Shukla. You know, with such great leadership, I think the applause is the least we can do for them, yes? So the head of marketing, video banking and TFX initiatives of the AU Small Finance Bank, Shurvi Shekhawat. And to curate this entire discussion, I'd like to thank her from our side, the CEO of Kara India, Anita Kotwani. Thanks, Anita. With that, over to you.
Audible, guys? All right. I think I'm just going to start again with saying, with such a esteemed panel, I'm sure they deserve a much more better applause from all of you. So can I have your hands together for them, please? Thank you so much. So I'm going to be talking around customer expectations in the new digital economy. The fellow panelists that you see here today are people who actually believe in learning, a lifelong learning part that they continue to do. They love to look at themselves as individuals who look at uncharted territories and ensure that they keep them abreast on that. We have some who also look at parallels from mythology and how do they apply it to their businesses. So we have Sachin who does that in a very interesting way. We have Shurveer who looks at uncharted territories and tries to ensure that he gets his domain expertise. And Amit over here has his quest for learning. What I really liked about Amit when I looked up the three senior people over here was the quest for learning and the humility and the way they work in with their teams. So when I'm going to start my conversation with each one of them, I'm sure it's going to be enriching because of the sheer love for learning that each one of them have talked about to me. So we are at this cusp of this digital revolution, which is Feb 3.0. And there are immense possibilities in and around that. Since morning, we're talking about artificial intelligence, we're talking about extended reality, how blockchain technologies are going to make fundamental changes in the way the digital media is going to function. This new digital media, we feel, is going to be a lot more empowering. It is going to be inclusive with the aim to generate what everybody today talked about, decentralized experience and ownership. In addition, it's going to really create new systems for communication, finance, and entertainment. This is the one that's really going to impact all our consumers. With that, I'm going to start with my first very question. Shurveer, to you. What are the expectations that you have seen of this Web 3.0 consumer?
Okay, so, Anita, thank you. And as being seen the transition from Web in India to Yahoo's and Orkut's, and then moving from Yahoo to Google, I think which was a big change from a media standpoint, right? How Yahoo started the entire journey of selling media online, and then how, from the banner or the search ads, how we moved to Google and how they have been able to optimize. I think we're lucky that we have witnessed that, and in our lifetime, hopefully we will witness the change from 2.0 to 3.0, right? But my personal experience is that before I come to the customer expectation is that the change now is quite fast as compared to what it was when during 90s or 2000, early 2000, when we saw how Yahoo moved to Google and how Google capitalized on the entire frame. The change from a business perspective at that time was that, that's my personal theory, but I believe that Yahoo at that stage could have easily bought down Google, right? Because Google was 2 doors away in one of the garages next to their office. That would have been great, right? If they would have thought Google as a tough competition. But today the change is that today all of us know that what is coming might be a serious competition to all of us, right? Or it might be from a brand perspective or from technology perspective will be something better, and we are so evolved to understand the importance of it. Like in last couple of months, the way ChatGPT or various AI models, the way they have created the buzzword amongst all marketers or brands, I think it is itself it is something which defines that we are more open as compared to how we were earlier in terms of accepting new things. Second, also one of the big changes in India typically, and I'll talk more India-centric, is that the mobile penetration has grown very rapidly, and today I think there'll be hardly any household will not be on a smartphone, but the percentage of households on smartphones are quite high. Access to network speeds or data is quite easy. I think we are the cheapest in the world in terms of data plans, and with 5G added on, that's going to further help the entire adoption of digital technologies. But there's going to be a change. We are figuring out as we are moving along that how we can use it and how we can monetize. Monetization is an important story around using this technology and talking about 3.0 or whatever it will be called when it is in the full-blown shape. But I am sure that today brands or organizations or on the corporate side, we are more open to accept it. We are more taking it as something which will help us, aid us to make things better and faster. At the same time, today the consumer is more educated.
they are more digital savvy, so the adoption is going to be faster. The expectations, obviously, one of the biggest expectation, or if you call why people talk about it so much or why they adopt digital, in my personal view, is convenience, right? And till today, because of added convenience, there's a lot of digital adoption, but there's a challenge. The challenge is of trust, right? Because at the same time, there are a lot of frauds, and specifically I'm talking about financial space, but a lot of targeted frauds and communication frauds and what you call spams and stuff like that. But all that, if that gets channelized and eased out with this new technologies coming up, like for example, blockchain is quite secured. So if you are able to create speed and security, I think that creates trust in the digital world. This is something what I personally quite believe, that when I'm creating a digital property and when I'm taking care of my digital business, I see that if I'm able to create speed, I'm able to create security, and I'm able to create convenience, I'm definitely creating trust in the end. And that is what I believe that this 3.0 will definitely deliver from the consumer perspective. Consumers are curious, they are excited, they want to explore. Just a random, in my office when I talk to my people today, in fact, my assistant, day before I asked him that, why don't you reply to this person, thank you for the invitation and stuff like that. I was just passing by and saw him trying to figure out a reply on ChatGPT, and I asked him, why are you doing it? You can just write a simple email. He said, no, I thought, let me understand if it works fine. Right? Now that's curiosity to understand how the AI can simplify things, or if it can give you better answers, if it can improve your own skills to make better communication. I think a lot of people in India typically, we need to improve on communication a lot, right? Because we have always relied on personal help, interpersonal communications, but from a brand side, the communications need to improve to a larger extent. And if these technologies can help you communicate better with the customer, can remove the clutter and can be more direct, can communicate in a way that the customer is able to get what he wants, that will be quite beneficial from that perspective. Yeah.
Thanks. I just love the point that you talked about a very important word, which is trust. The other one, the second one, which really actually works in, is the security part, right? Because if I am going to be wanting to give my data, I want to be ensuring that I feel safe and secure with that data that I am sharing with somebody. If with the decentralized world in Web 3.0, I think that's one area which possibly will get rectified when you have the peer-to-peer network, and it's not really sitting with a couple of, hard set of partners like a Google or a Facebook only, and that's what will help. Coming to you, Sachin, what are your views on how you think this Consumer 3.0 is really going to expect things from Web 3.0?
So I'll just continue on that. So what you summarized, of what Shurveer said, you also use the term convenience. Of course, in banking, we say convenience is like kind of inversely proportional to the fifth root of security, right? So the moment you increase convenience, there's somewhere some security plug moving here and there. But I think, see, the consumer expectations, as in since the consumers came out of the cave, they wouldn't have really changed. So whether it's Web 3.0, Web 33.0, they need that convenience, they need that relevance, right? Searching for a good hotel close to a Europa Park, and you give me an Igatpuri, some shady hotel, right? This happened a few days back. So now in a Web 3.0 pure privacy world, I don't think we are anywhere close to that. We are not even at the doorstep. It could be Web 2.114 as of now, and there will be a lot of miles to cover. But in a full privacy world, in a cookie-less world, how do we ensure that we give that convenience, we give that relevance? Morning only we were sitting with some research teams, and we were asking a lot of customers. There was a qualitative research, MSMEs, what is the kind of content you need, right? So the exporters will say, I need that stamp duty, custom duty kind of content. The domestic guy would say, I need some bank guarantee related content, right? So now, how do you ensure that 2 that n is equal to 1, you do that? Especially in a Web 3.0 kind of world, where you will have to respect all that privacy, and you'll have very limited tools to kind of get in there. I think it's up to us to really figure out ways to do that. It's going to be a challenge. It's going to be a challenge. But I think we as marketers, advertisers, we as business people have always figured out ways. So when somebody asks that email has not really worked on productivity, he or she definitely needs some tool for productivity enhancement, right? So then what is next? So there is chat. There is possibly a phone call, whatever. But what is the best relevant thing for the customer is what we'll have to figure out. And I think through all the generations, we have kind of progressed there. So I don't see any reason to be too worried. Yes, at every door that's closed, it's good to be anxious and curious. If you're not, then we aren't thinking enough, right? So we have a job ahead. I think we all will do a good job.
Thanks, Sachin. It's nice. From 3.0 to 33, I don't know whether we're going to be there to see the Web 33.0. But yes, thank you so much for your views on that one. I'm going to bring it to Amit. Amit, what are your views on this?
So, okay. So I come from a very different industry. I've been hearing the previous panel and this panel, my co-panelists. I come from an industry which really got impacted positively over the past 3 years. That's online education. Everyone's heard of, a bunch of unicorns, but what's really happened is that it's opened doors. The pandemic has opened doors to really using web, and I would now say Web 3.0 as a leverage to our consumer experiences. To my mind, there are 3 or 4 factors really which the consumer would expect. Really, Sachin and Shurveer have already spoken about data security. To my mind, that's primary. There are 2 other aspects, and one of them is personalization, right? In our case, the consumer is buying education. You don't buy education, you don't consume education on a regular basis, right? You probably go for a degree or a diploma once or twice in your lifetime, or maybe thrice in a lifetime. So the decision making is a lot more evolved. And what we are excited with when we look at Web 3.0 is real personalization of information, of relevant information to our consumers so that he or she takes a decision. The second aspect, and I think that's also, I've been hearing ChatGPT, we've been all hearing ChatGPT over the last few years, few months for sure. The key aspect here is interactivity. And imagine, well, we are an education player, but I don't have people 24/7 manning phones, phone calls, etc. But imagine someone being able to do that job or part of that job. And I think that's really this, the third piece of the puzzle as far as Web 3.2 goes. And that's, to my mind, the 3 expectations that the consumer will have with any brand that they interact with.
Thanks, Amit. I think very important points. Personalization, a lot of it was talked about in the previous panel as well. It's how we're going to use AI and machine learning to try and get to that right consumer. So a lot of action in that space is something which may be at the base level, but a lot of interesting technology understanding for getting to the right consumer cohorts. This change, these opportunities for business to offer innovative market-based solutions, improve our customer experiences, will also obviously give your business growth and competitive advantage. Coming back to each one of you, 2 of you come from the BFSI category and one from the education category. Starting with you, Sachin, I just want to understand in your space, what is it that has been done in the Web 3.0 space? Whatever baby steps you've taken, and if at all, what is it going forward, the plans that you're putting into place? And are there other categories that you take inspiration from when you want to understand, the space that is growing?
So interesting, actually. In fact, let me talk on behalf of the industry per se. See, the entire e-com revolution, and let me
on behalf of the industry, take credit for that, was made possible not by cash on delivery, not by COD. I'm sure many of us out here would have experienced COD as the first thing and then move to maybe payments. But banking in India brought in that, or rather made it possible, right? You could book an IRCTC ticket and not stand in the reservation center because that Web 1.2 you call it, but I call it Web 33.0, where you could actually make a payment. And that was one of the first things that went online in this country was banking. Payments, let me not call it banking, but payments. And banking is all about essentially payments, right? You don't need a bank if you're not paying anybody, right? For the smaller payments, you will usually use your own money. And when it's bigger payments like buying a house and all, you will need somebody to back you up and pay on your behalf. And that's where the second role of the bank will come in. So the first part, Web 33.0, I just made that up, so, right, no royalties there, but. So that I think on the payment side, if you have services, if any of you are selling a bike on Metaverse, the payment is there, right? You can pay it today as well, right? Through blockchain or otherwise, just that somebody has to sell his stuff and the payment is there. When it comes to the lending side of it, if you're buying a house on Metaverse, possibly I may not have a credit mechanism out there and collections or other things, which are far more important for us. So that's where I think we have to we are working on, we are figuring out ways to kind of do that on the banking side of it. When it comes to acquiring customers, I think we are just waiting for the space to be there, because just having a bank out there on a Metaverse, on Web 3.0, with no underlying products being sold, right? The consumers, we ourselves don't want to just acquire a lead per se, right? Come fill up a form. There's hardly any convenience, right? You don't want to kind of get onto a Second Life kind of an experience, an avatar, filling up the same form that you otherwise could have just filled up on your phone or called up somebody. So I think the day there are products available there, there's e-com happening on 3.0, all of the payments industry per se will definitely be there. We are advanced enough to kind of manage that. And let me say that we are far more advanced than what other banks outside the country are. When it comes to the lending side, that's where, as of now, we see a challenge. There are a lot of black boxes that we'll have to create in terms of policies. And beyond that, I leave it on to the other banker.
So, Shubhir, you want to go next, because I'd like the connection of the BFSI to continue, and then I'll come to Amit.
Yeah, very rightly said by Sachin. You know, ICICI has always been a big investor on technology, right? Let me give that credit to them. They are usually one step ahead in terms of putting money into it, and they've got deep pockets to do it, right? Unlike we are a small finance bank, right? We try to focus on today more, and we have that catch-up game to play. But on a serious note, the fact is what Sachin said is right, that on a payment side, yes, there is a complete readiness, there is availability, all platforms. We are in fact better than majority of countries in the world on the payment side to acknowledge, adopt, and to adapt ourselves on that side. So I don't see any challenge on that side. But typically in terms of implementation, like something he mentioned about Metaverse. Now, I agree with him on Metaverse, because there are few, like I think JP Morgan had started an experiential branch or something like that on Metaverse. Then there was one Indian bank who also followed, I think.
Union Bank.
Yeah. So, but my point is, what are you expecting the customer to go and do there? You are expecting him to go there and see things, figure out details, right? Which today, you just imagine that all those details are available to him on the fly, on his mobile, in a very easy manner, on your websites or through various chatbots or stuff like that. So today, just by putting up an experiential zone in Metaverse is not going to add many value. Second, I figured out that a lot of people were doing parties on Metaverse, right? And some concerts and shows. Sounds quite interesting. definitely it feels nice. I also, in my curiosity, have participated in few of them, understood. But the fact is that still, how do you figure out the monetize? Because we are in business, right? We are in business. I can make the customer feel good and happy about it. And also one hard reality of life, and I respect all customer segments. Let me set that with disclaimer. But the fact is that the students or the millennials, the people who are in a range of between 15 years to 25 years, please understand they don't contribute to the large part of economy in terms of monetization, right? So the people who contribute, or and we are in money business, right? So the fact is that the efforts have to be focused there. But yes, I think when you asked about what are the efforts, what are being put in the industry and within, is that we are trying to understand the space well. We have understood what it takes to do all those things, but those decisions to make it happen needs to be taken when you can figure out that how you can actually make the experience of customer better. Like blockchain, there's a lot of work which has happened in the industry. Today, cross-border payments are operating on blockchains, right? ICICI was one of the leading banks to start that. All banks today who operate in the cross-border payments today are leveraging the blockchain technology on that side. It comes with its unique advantages. All your NFTs and all those other things have their own space in the way the things are getting evolved. Typically on the customer experience side or the communication side, I think one thing which is a question to everybody always is about, in that cookie-less world, how do you, have more targeted communication? Because typically institutions were not able to profile customers well. Okay, so that is an effort which we have done a lot in terms of profiling the customer well, because, unfortunately, like many other segments, the good part is that the customer, when he engages with a bank, to do everything in his life since morning till evening, he has to pay. And when he has to pay, that data gets captured with the bank. So, we are more fortunate to have a lot of data about the customer, his choices, where he's spending for what, in which location, which time during the day. And that allows us to have a much better engagement and communication with the customer. This is area, I think, on which all banks, and typically we, are working a lot, that how we can profile this data, analyze this data better, to have more targeted and better communication with the customer, or more engagement with the customer, because we want the customer, we want to talk to the customer. We don't want to inform him. And that communication to happen, there is a space to do a lot, and that is where the focus is. And I think once that streamlines and fits in, then that makes those personalized communications, things which the Web 3.0 has expectations, much easier for us, right?
Yeah. I'll just add one thing to the preparedness part. So the CBDC, the digital currency that all of you would have already heard of, is now a reality. Some of us banks have already started that, which is the currency for Web 3.0 possibly. In fact, I have my bank's app on my phone. Trust me, give it 3 months, and you would be paying to, if not all, at least 10 to 15% of your daily payments will actually move to CBDC in 3 months.
Thanks, that's interesting. Should we talk about the target audience, which was a different one for the BFSI category? Amit, I think in your case, you do talk to the 15 to 25 as well from an education point, and of course for the other courses, the higher set as well. So what is your point of view on it?
So thank you, Anita, for bringing that up. Well, we interact, at least in our online education space at NMIMS, we interact with audiences between 18 and 35 actually. Our audiences are actually working professionals, which means some of you in the room could be target audiences for us. Now, we have, we don't come from large, corporate genesis. So we have a problem of a different kind. We do meaningful interactions. Last 2022, we would have done meaningful interactions with about 4 million potential customers. And when I say meaningful, these would be conversations anywhere between 15 minutes plus to 60-minute plus conversations. To serving consumers which are, well, not as large as BFSI, but about 200,000 consumers who spend anywhere between 60 to 300 minutes on our app These are paid consumers. So to answer your question, from the place that I am sitting at, the consumer that will now evolve into a 3.0 consumer, if I have to call him that, will go through a very, very different journey and expectation. What are we looking at doing? Well, we use today chat on our marketing side, which is AI-led, as well as on our education-led app or our education delivery app. In fact, while I was coming in, our head of marketing just mentioned to us that our campus today uses virtual tools, and those are immersive. I just saw them on my way down, and they're brilliantly immersive. Some of these things, and what Sachin and Surveer also spoke about, personalization of advertising, voice search becoming a very, very large trend, NLP being the focus there, is going to drive more and more marketing adoption as far as Web 3.0 goes. What I would also like to mention is on the product and delivery per side. And I think that's where we see Web 3.0 having immediate impact. Let me give you a few examples. We're thinking, can we use ChatGPT to become a teaching assistant to some of our professors, right? Can they handle mundane queries or regular queries which can be answered by the chat bot or the chat, really? I'll give you another problem that we're looking at solving. We today, this December, we did about 450,000 tests in a 3-week period. Now, these are proctored tests. So we have a huge workforce of people actually proctoring, and these are online tests, right? Now, can we use AI, which is a Web 3.0 tech, right, to really reduce the number of proctors, maximize the use of tech to ensure, exams are proctored well. So some of those things are things that we're looking at. In fact, I was looking at, and this is a little dated as an example, about 18 months ago, but Harvard uses an online classroom, which is very unlike a Zoom or a Teams meet. It's almost as immersive as a classroom, like we are interacting here. So there are very different use cases, at least in the sector that I'm in.
No, I like the part, Amit, that you talked about, because your sector also has a target audience which is taking that generational leap, wanting to be the first one into saying, okay, I went to that metaverse concert, or I'm the one who's, having that wedding, which is jamming with Dalveed when he's having a Republic Day concert kind of stuff. So it's interesting to see the kind of stuff that you guys are pulling in. Education and making it a lot more immersive will be interesting to the students that kind of come in, so that's great to see. I'm going to now move on to, something of the Dentsu report that we called out when we were pulling in our presentations, where we called out 3 evolutions. We talked about the customer convenience, and Shurveer, you spoke about that a lot, through the digital transactions. Just a couple of more pieces that you would like to add on UPI, Aadhaar, all of these that are really, the Paytms today, a whole host of people. Gentleman over said, I don't have a wallet on my, in my pocket. I have, just the phone and it's doing everything for me. What more in customer experiences that you'll see with these digital transactions?
So, payments is a very revolutionary space, and what has happened since 2016 till now is something which is phenomenal. But, if you see what e-rupee, CBDC, Sachin was talking about some time back, that's going to be interesting, right? Because currently there are few banks and it's been a pilot stage, but once it comes up, it's also a revolutionary step in India. But largely between NPCI and the regulator, RBI and the Innovation Hub, which they have set up, I don't know, very few people know about it, but there's a very large amount of importance goes to iSpirit. iSpirit is an organization run by Sharad and Nandan Nilekani and all. They believe in no greed, no glory kind of a concept, but this UPI took its birth there. Today your ONDC, your account aggregator, and all those things are principally something which have worked there. Now the focus, if you say in India on the payment side, is that to democratize. What UPI was democratizing the payment space, right? Just provide APIs, people interact and use it quickly. So a lot of fintechs came up and they were able to use those APIs to make transactions simpler and easier. Similarly, like account aggregator is the big thing which people are working in the payment industry today. That is more to be used on the credit side. But again, that is democratizing the entire data which is available between the banks and making it easily accessible to take credit decisions faster. So there's a lot of work which is happening in India on this space. The entire objective is to make it more convenient. Like today morning I was talking to the Visa team. Now for card issuing companies, UPI is a challenge, right? Because though on the credit side, the credit card still continues to grow because the penetration was too low, right, in the country. And still people need credit. And when they have to use credit to spend, they'll still use credit card. But credit card linking to UPI, which NPCI rolled out and the RBI announced in the last policy meeting, was again a revolutionary change. Because once you link credit cards to UPI, then you don't need to carry physical credit cards also. Today, if you have to use a credit card, you carry a physical credit card. So credit cards will go away, physicality, right? Once Visa and Master come on board. Currently, RuPay has been onboarded on the UPI linking to credit card. But the fact is that today, Visa team was talking to me about, tap your phone to pay. Now, they are working on aggressively because they want to be in business. So they are saying a debit card which is in your phone and uses NFC technology to pay on the terminal. So tap your card is currently available with a limit of 5,000. But tap your phone to pay can be very interesting, right? Now, so the entire payment industry, and because of this democratization, what has happened is that all the young players who have got great ideas, who are there in the industry, they want to explore this entire startup ecosystem in the country, how it has evolved. This has allowed that not only the incumbent players who are the banks typically, my dear friend sitting on the right, but also the challengers like us can take advantage of the technology, or the startups and fintechs take advantage of technology to innovate, to become better. But I can assure you that so much is happening in the payment space, and there are two core pillars around that. One is convenience, and second is security. Because with the rise in all these digital payments, there is a considerable rise in the digital frauds which are happening, right? So, and like my personal saying is that digital frauds are about being in that hurry or greed or something that because of that we feel we are quite intelligent, will not get cheated, and we end up getting cheated because there is an entire community of people who are working across to figure out the loopholes and cheat people. But that needs to get plugged. Right? That needs to get plugged. For that, a lot of communication need to happen. For a lot of things needs to be built, and the entire industry is working around that to make it more safer, more secured, make it more robust, and more convenient. So you will see, I think in the next 5 years, not only there, but within India, I'm sure in your report it will count that the number of digital families are going to double up in the next 5 years. Not double up, it's going to be 3 times where we are today. And that digital first families movement is going to drive a lot of change in India. Sorry, I'll take a minute on this because it's one of my favorite topics, but my personal learning is that in India, there are many Indias, right? And what happens is that if you go to cities in UP, you have to understand that there people transact and operate into a different way, right? And if you come in cities, urban centers like Mumbai, and within urban centers also, there are different pockets which operate in different way and different customer behavior. Like a Dharavi operates into a very different customer behavior the way the Nepean Road operates in, right? So all that will unite in a way the digital transactions will happen over a period of time, and that is going to change in the next 5 years because of the penetration of the technologies and mobile phones and the 5G supporting it, and the more younger population becoming the earning population in next 5 years. All these what you call geo-economic situations, how it changes, this entire acknowledgement or acceptance of technology is going to change. And with that change, parallelly, all the work which is happening between all the ecosystem players on the payment side, I personally believe it's going to be revolutionary on that side. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank
Sorry
you so
for the long
much.
answer.
No, no worries. I'm going to, come to you, Sachin, with a different perspective. If you looked at our second evolution, we were talking about e-commerce from emergence of the D2C companies and the platforms that are coming in. Not as a marketer, but as a consumer, when you go and pick up D2C brands or you're going directly to, these platforms to shop, what would you like to see from these companies to address you as a consumer? Not as a marketer, but you're a consumer now.
Sorry, I didn't get it. As in,
I'm saying the second evolution we talked about was that e-commerce is emerging with D2C companies. As a consumer yourself, right. I'm sure you go to an Amazon and you go to any of the other places to shop as well. So as a consumer and not as a, let's say, advertiser, what do you look at from these guys which will, make you happy saying, here was a great customer experience that I got out of this platform?
no, so we were discussing this some time back, something around it. And end of the day, most of our discussions around how do we ease the payment process. I don't know how many of you have experienced Digi Yatra app or at the Delhi airport. If you have experienced that, that's any which way Web 4.0, right? So what they do is they create that unique ID of your boarding pass and your ID card. And even the CISF guy is now a transparent fellow, right? You walk through him, right? There's absolutely nobody to... So now it's for a limited purpose. So what I'm assuming they have done, I've not spoken to them, is from the time that you create that unique ID, it's got a life of say 20 minutes, 30 minutes or whatever, till your flight takes off, right? And then you get a seamless experience. Now, transpose this across to any damn thing. Walking into a shopper stop, walking into a virtual Amazon gallery, or banking, restaurant, whatever. You walk in, you walk out, and now, if there you can marry a fantasy word, then the dhaba across my office, one of the not so fancy places, my colleagues also hate to go there, just that he's from my hometown, so I go there. And he doesn't have a fancy experience, but serves one of the best chicken in town. Next time I'll take you there. So, if you can get an AR experience there, right? You walk into the dhaba and gets you, I'm just taking as an example, a Digi Yatra kind of a thing, which has, so you have your digital currency married onto your Aadhaar and some unique ID with the menu of that place. You walk in and the ambience suddenly changes to the Khyber kind of a experience, a South Bombay experience. You walk in, you get the best of your table. Your table also looks like that, and the plate even looks like that, and you come out. I think all of that is possible. It's definitely not fantasy. That's what I expect as a consumer, and that's what I expect to create like a marketer.
I love that example. In fact, I did tour the Digi Yatra last time when I was flying in from Delhi, and like you said, it was a wonderful experience. So we do hope a whole host of us try using those experiences. I'm going to leave the last part to go because we're almost on time for closing of the panel. So Amit, last thoughts from you on this, please.
Very quickly, I think Web 3.0, we're just at the tip of the iceberg. This is really the tip of the iceberg. The experiences are going to get more immersive, really more immersive. The other day I was in Hyderabad and walking by in a mall, and I saw these 18 to, I would say, 50-year-olds all sitting in a gaming zone with their virtual reality goggles. And the excitement in that small 20-seater kind of a virtual reality gaming zone was brilliant. So I think we're really at the tip of the iceberg.
Thank you. I'm going to take just 3 words out of the entire session, which I felt, went and resonated very well with me. Convenience, security, immersiveness. I think these were the 3 highlights of the larger conversation that we really talked about. Thank you, gentlemen. It's been an absolute pleasure and privilege to host this panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
On that note, if I may request the Chief Digital Growth Officer, Dentsu Media and COI Prospect, Mr. Vinod Tharani, to kindly join us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a big, big round of applause as he joins us to help us in the felicitations. Some pleasantries being exchanged on the stage. Thank you, Anita, for curating such an excellent discussion. Thank you, Shurvi, Sachin, Amit, for contributing to such a great discussion. And requesting all of you to kindly come in together, step forward for a group photograph. Trying to make it easy for our team out here. So ladies and gentlemen, on that note, we're going to be breaking in for a short coffee and tea break. Let's regenerate ourselves with a hot cup of coffee and tea. Network with one another precisely for 10 minutes. I hope that's enough for you to just grab a coffee and tea and come back. We're going to be having Gul Bahar, who's going to be joining us, who's the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Philips Domestic Appliances, right after the coffee and tea break. Thank you. We'll see you back. अच्छी खींचना Ladies and gentlemen, requesting you all to kindly join us back, as I believe time is of the biggest asset. We would love you to continue the networking, but if you can acknowledge the time and efforts of all the speakers and the planners, we'd request you to kindly join us back. We'll give you a couple of minutes on the same. For all the ones who still get to have or are having your coffee or tea, feel free to get that inside. Enjoy the conversation over a hot cup of coffee or tea, requesting all of you in the next couple of minutes to settle in. Thank you. Shortly, we'll get the doors closed, so the ones who are joining us in the conversation, do step it inside right now. We have with us in our upcoming session a keynote address by none other than Mr. Gulbahar, who is right now amongst us. Of course, the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, ISC, Philips Domestic Appliances, who's joined us. And then we have our final panel discussion. Can I request the team to kindly usher the people inside? Thank you. Also, the ones sitting at the back, we have the round tables which are awaiting your presence as well. So if you'd like to shift in the front, we'd appreciate that as well. Once you're in the round table, got to be seated, I know, but let's have a great conversation. We've got 2 more conversations to conclude with our wonderful event today. For all the ones who are joining us, welcome. We appreciate that you value the time. Meanwhile, all the ones at the back, all you got to do is just stand up, come towards the round table, very close to the stage. Mr. Gulbahar, just allow us a couple of minutes on the same. Everyone, as much as they want to attend sessions, would also love to network. So we're just getting that in order for you. And someone of his excellence, of course, deserves a massive audience. So thank you, Mr. Gulbahar, on joining us. It'll be funny if I ask how many of us have ever used Philips, because that'll be the majority of the crowd. But we're just going to give you a couple of minutes, and of course, we have the leadership amongst us. We have Mr. Gulbahar amongst us. Just a couple more minutes before we begin. Requesting the team to kindly usher everyone inside. Thank you. And for all the ones who've been very patient and smiling all throughout, thank you for acknowledging on that. The amount I see people, I realize how much they like to talk more than the MC. We'll give you another couple of minutes just with respect to our leader out here. Our team's just going to give me the final clue and then we can start. For the ones who've just settled in at the back, the round tables are pretty round. They are empty. We would love you to participate. Come ahead. And in just about the next minute, we're going to be starting. We'll get the doors shut shortly. I'm going to be playing a fanfare music for all the ones who are sitting on the round table. Welcome. Does that fascinate you further? I can sing as well, but I'm not going to do that. Remember, the ones joining us on the round table deserve a fanfare music. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for acknowledging. For all the ones who did see me down there, getting you all in, thank you for acknowledging. That's very kind of all of you. We really need to start as time is of the biggest asset to all of us. And just a final cue awaited from the team. Thank you. All right, not going to be waiting for the final cue because I believe when you see a house full, and I would imagine everyone's in that state of garnering more information and knowledge after that short networking break, it is time for me to move ahead to our keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, he's going to be sharing his insights, somebody who's a seasoned leader with 20 plus years of track record in building businesses, settling and scaling up of high-performing cross-functional teams and establishing complex strategic partnerships in both turnaround and high-growth situations. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to, of course, invite somebody who's, of course, a versatile professional, who can think big and rally large team towards a bold vision, as well as has the operational deep dive to run businesses and deliver strong results with high pressure environment. He's somebody who has successfully built market leadership across multiple consumer categories. It's now my honor to invite none other than the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, ISC Philips Domestic Appliances, Gulbahar Taurani.
Good evening, everyone. And apologies, I didn't intend to come between the high tea and my thoughts, but unfortunately my session has been planned that way. And before I even start sharing what I feel about Web 3.0, I want to start with a disclaimer that I am not the expert. I am in fact one of the impacted parties, right? Impacted as a consumer and impacted as a leader, because not only I have to adjust as a consumer, but I have to adjust, adapt to this new reality and drive my business, my team, and my organization to create value out of it. Because the whole idea is that how do we leverage this new revolution to create value for organizations, and as I heard from some of the esteemed panels, convenience for the consumer. So that's the fine line that we all need to travel. Now before, I could say something, when I was looking at Web 3.0, I think, it is imperative for all the organizations to actually adapt to this new development or trend. Why? Because the three key pillars on which this entire Web 3.0 is being based is decentralization, transparency, and security. And in my own opinion, if I look at security, one of the concerns with all the digital platforms and with a lot of consumers and customers is the security of their personal data and also their own privacy. So I think one of the things that this is going to solve is this aspect, which I am very, very confident, because now it is not going to stay with few bigger players, but it is going to get decentralized. But at the same time, it puts a lot of responsibility on a lot of organizations and other players. And second, I think as far as transparency is concerned, for me, how I see it is like the availability of information and sharing of information will become easier, and also the authentication of the information. Sometimes we really doubt whether the information provided to us is being right or wrong. So these are two pillars where I don't see any friction or any tension. So I will not speak about them. Where I see majority of the tension, and as an organization or as a consumer, is we say that Web 3.0 is more efficient. And when we say Web 3.0 is more efficient, we say, for example, that today as an organization, if I'm interacting with the consumer, I need a third party to do my transaction as far as payment and all is concerned. While, if I look at an NFT marketplace or anywhere, I can actually remove those intermediaries. So it becomes more efficient. Now, the moment it says I remove intermediaries, right? And no offense to anyone, actually it is like hearts in my eyes, because I see cost, right? Savings. So I don't have to pay, I don't have to shed. But is that really going to happen? I personally believe yes, but is it really convenient to the consumer? I don't have an answer, and I would be very, very honest in, submitting that. And that's why when I look at Web 3.0, and when we say that we have to create value out of Web 3.0, the first and the most, I would say, dreadful experience that comes to my mind is it should not become another IVR, right? And IVR, and this has no relation, but if you look at IVRs, when IVR started, we said we can reach out to more consumers, there is cost efficiency, and you all are consumers. And trust me, the moment if I call up a call center and they put me on the IVR, the first reaction is, oh my God, right? Now, we don't want that. If we really don't want another experience like that, then we need to deep dive into what is actual convenience for the consumer. Another example from my industry is there is a lot of talk about AI or automation or a lot of things into products also. So I was just talking to some of the consumers, and we have a brilliant product called Mixer Grinder. It's not glamorous, but trust me, your life will get impacted if your mixer grinder doesn't work properly, right? So normally this is why we say all the good things are not glamorous, and they are actually there. So when you talk to a consumer who's using a mixer grinder, wherein the maximum time of an application is not more than 1 minute. So you actually use a mixer grinder for 30 seconds, 40 seconds, 1 minute. If you are doing some very hard grinding, 2 minutes. Right? Now, does the consumer really requires an AI? Or does the consumer really requires a mixer grinder which doesn't require supervision? Now, these are questions that we have to ask. And why I'm giving you this example is because I think the topic here was, how do we create value out of Web 3.0? And as I started saying, I don't have the answer, I only have questions. So I will leave you with questions rather than answers. So this is another example which comes to my mind. But at the same time, there is an example which comes to my mind, which is ChatGPT. Right? Phenomenal. And I never attended a session or a seminar or a workshop or an event which said, let's discuss ChatGPT. But look at the content it throws at you. Now, if the content is good, if it is solving some of your pain points, it automatically becomes popular, and it becomes a part of our lives. And maybe, whomsoever is the founder of ChatGPT or the organizations related to that may be minting money very, very soon. So that's the question that at least I have. Because when we are saying that we will make our interaction with the consumers and customers more efficient, we remove the intermediaries, the consumer becomes more closer to you, the customer becomes more closer to you, but it is a huge responsibility on the shoulders of the organization. Today I can, put the blame on some of the intermediaries. Tomorrow I will not have anyone to put the blame on. But at the same time, it's a great opportunity that I can actually be as close as possible with my customers and with my consumers. And I can actually give them the surety of security of their data, knowing them better, getting more insights. So on that thought, my whole point of view or my whole thought process at this point of time with Web 3.0 is as follows. I think for organizations, for professionals, because it's on one hand it's the organization, on other hand we all are professionals and we want to stay relevant. So if we want to stay relevant, we need to understand it more deeply. And when I say that, it is not the skill set, it is the mindset. See, it is very easy to follow a fashion, but to understand that, to have, actually making it meaningful for yourself is very, very important. And that's why I personally believe that there would be a lot of value from Web 3.0, because I would say I am a sold out party on decentralization of data, I completely believe that there is a humongous power of transparency. And I think if whatever I am hearing, if it resolves the concerns on security, because security and privacy is something which is a very, very big concern today. So all the three pillars are at the right place, but how do we understand those pillars, have the mindset to adapt those as per the requirement of our consumers, as per the requirement of our own organization, our industry and our value space, and then create solution, then only we will be able to create value in my head. And so that's only the what part of it. How, I am still to figure out. So that's why, as the audience, and I would actually encourage all of you that if you get the answer of the next two questions that I have, please do share it with me, because I am also struggling with those questions. So the first question that I have is, what is the readiness check, or what is the readiness checklist for my organization to say, I am ready for Web 3.0? Forget about being the expert, creating value or something. I am currently looking at a readiness checklist for an organization to saying, these are few of the aspects that I need to have in place to be ready or to be capable of using this phenomenal revolution for my organization and for my consumers. And I think that requires a lot of change in the mindset, because when I look at some of the young digital talent also, they believe that they know it all. They know it all from a skill set point of view, absolutely in alignment. But I think every situation, every business, every consumer is different. And that's why the mindset and the checklist is important to figure it out, the readiness. And the second is definitely on the personalization front, because I think Web 3.0 talks a lot around personalization. In the past also, we have talked a lot around personalization. I think this is one puzzle where we have very, very few very good examples. Otherwise, what happens is, on your SMS, if you get an SMS saying, instead of dear customer saying dear Mr. Torani, that's personalization. I don't think that's personalization. The personalization is understanding me and actually taking any of my pain points. So I think that's the second question that I have in my mind, that how can we use this revolution to actually crack the puzzle of personalization. Because personalization in my industry, in my space, and in a lot of space is a big opportunity which organizations and businesses should leverage. So that's the two questions that I have, and that's the little bit about Web 3.0 that I know, and I am trying to figure out for myself and for my organization. And I will invite all of you that if you have any great solutions, please do reach out to me. I am here in the evening and then later on also. With that, thank you very much for the patience listening, and apologies once again for coming between your tea and this session. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I think a leader of his caliber being so humble, let's give him a big, big round of applause. Thank you so much. With that, if I may have the honor of inviting Hiru Dhingra, who's the Chief Business Officer at Dentsu Creative India, to kindly join us and help us in the felicitation of Gulbahar Torani. Thank you, Hiru, for joining us. Thank you once again. So ladies and gentlemen, with that, it is time for us to set the stage for the final and the last panel discussion of today. We're talking about experiential creativity for the modern consumer. What will be the pillars of the new digital media in the much spoken about Web 3 age, and how can we use that to drive consumer attention? Well, in our days and age of digital information overload and homogeneous products, companies who want to successfully position their brand and win over the hearts of the clients must cater to the customer needs and provide distinctive brand experiences across all the touch points. Experiential marketing strategy has that capacity to nurture many business opportunities and to develop that long-term customer loyalty. On that note, and as I can see, the stage is already set. It is time for me to now call upon our esteemed panelists. First up, it's my honor to re-invite CEO APAC Dentsu, Rob Gilby, to kindly join us. Thank you, Rob, for being so kind and being a part of our panel. The Head of Corporate Brand and Marketing Strategy, Tata Group, Adrian Terran, to kindly join us. So I believe Rob and Adrian have had the chance to interact with one another. Great to have both of them on the panel. The Head E-Commerce and Digital Marketing, Galterma, Sunil Nath, to kindly join us. Thank you, Sunil. And as the pleasantries are exchanged on the stage, the Chief Curator and the Session Chair of this panel, it's going to be none other than the Chief Business Officer, Dentsu Creative India, Hiru Dhingra. Over to you, Hiru.
Hello. Audible. Hello, everyone. I think we have been given the tough job to go through the last panel discussion just before drinks and dinner. So I hope it's entertaining and informative for everyone. I'm going to go straight to the point. Interesting topic we have today. As far as I remember, not that I was born in that era, but Web 1.0 was all about reading, right? Static websites I could read up. Web 2.0 was read and write. I could read, I could create content, engage with users. Web 3.0, on the other hand, is about read, write, and own. I can own the content. I can literally own everything that I can create. Decentralized, there is ownership. My first question, and that's for all of you all, what has led to this new digital economy, that's how we call it, and why is it necessary? Why Web3 is considered necessary? So anybody?
Can I go? Firstly, Hiru, thank you for, in public moving away from me. It's the reaction I have for most women. So thank you for being consistent. But I think, I think we've been living a bit of a lie, actually, when you speak of Web 2.0 as interaction. We thought we were interacting with other people. The truth is we were interacting with what other people were making as content or their perspective and offering. So we weren't really interacting with them as much as we were interacting with their opinions, if you see what I mean. And as a result of that, Web 2.0, though it is much lauded and charming and all of that and hyped by all marketers, as it should be, is actually not truly an interactive, and to borrow a word that Anita just invented this evening, immersiveness. It's not as immersive as it perhaps purports to be. And I think what necessitates Web 3.0 in all that it promises, and Rob did a great job of outlining its potential, is that ability to interact when you start layering it with things like haptic control, touch and feel, tactile, sensorial, makes it a truer interactive experience. The experiences that we've been calling interactive aren't exactly interactive. So that would be my first premise in terms of why it's necessary.
So when we saying that why we need it, so when we say Web 1.0, I think Tim Berners doesn't know that where we reach by this day, who's the person who invented this entire thing. And when we say today, we're saying that we are in 2.0, but are we really using 2.0 very well? And recently I was traveling to some African continent and I wanted to activate my roaming. I tried with my app, it's not happening. I went to their websites, it's not happening. I spent close to 20 minutes chatting on their bot on the website, it's not happening. Then I called to their customer care. It took close to 30 minutes to get this activated. So we say that we are already in 2.0, but we're still not utilizing that. And then we say that we want to move into 2.0. I say Web 3.0. Are we going to utilize that? So when we say there's a huge scope that why we need it, because still our communications, our interactions with the consumer are not integrated, right? We need to integrate that. We need to improve those experiences with the consumer. And I say security. In these days, if you see most of the organizations, they have their own data. E-commerce, if we talk about Amazon having their own, Meta is having their own, all the banks having all the data which consumers data. But when this decentralization happen, you are owning your own data, which is most important thing, right? We read news every day, this data on sale by somebody online and people can buy it, right? Utilize it. So this is very important and why we need this so that we move into a space which is secure, safe, and where we can offer a huge engagement, I say, to the consumer in a personalized way, which is tailored for Sunil, let's say. So that is the reason that we need this.
Rob, you want to add anything?
Yeah, I guess, well, firstly, I remember 1.0 where I had to dial up to the internet access. So I think that makes me feel very old. So thank you. I would use a quote to say this. There's a US poet philosopher, a lady called Maya Angelou, and one of her my favorite quotes that she has is, people don't remember what you say or what you do, they remember how you make them feel. And so I think the pursuit of the Web3 technologies and the experiences, whether that's metaverse or the generative AI, all of these things are just the evolution of us searching for that better experience. We care about experiences. When we watch a movie in a movie theater, it's an experience. When we watch a show on television, it's an experience. When we listen to a song, it creates emotion inside us. So, and when we shop, when we transact, there's an experience. Why do we buy branded goods? Because it makes us feel a certain way. So what we're doing with the next generation of technologies, we're just enabling a better and richer experience. You know, to your point about, we talk about sort of the high-speed data access on mobile, just mobile kind of connection. I can sometimes get worse connections in US cities than I do here in Bombay. So, you know, I need that seamless connection, that seamless experience. And I think when we pursue haptic and when we pursue, you know, immersive worlds, what we're trying to do is get a richer experience to stimulate the kind of human spirit. But the good news of all of that is, despite the incredible technology that's being developed, it's still a very human spirit we're pursuing.
So, to great experiences, you can continue holding on to the mic, because my next question is for you, Rob. Technology and consumer behavior go hand in hand. Changes in technology lead to change in consumer behavior and vice versa. What, according to you, how Web3 will influence the consumer mindset?
Yeah, that's a little bit of a chicken and egg argument, that one. It's a little bit of both. So, you know that audiences are crazy for IPL here. But before you created the IPL, there wasn't anything, there was a different kind of craziness for previous kind of cricket tournaments, right? So sometimes you have to push a little bit forward. I mean, one of the things about consumer behaviors that's always interesting is art imitates reality, you know, and so some of the technology jumps we have here were pictured in movies several years ago. I mean, look, even the name, you know, metaverse comes from a book that was in 1992, you know, yeah. So the vision precedes it, and so consumers desire it, and if they desire it, some people build it. But sometimes you build something and it has an impact you didn't know. And so I think the consumer behaviors, it's the same desire, the desire to connect with each other, the desire to be entertained, the desire to escape, the desire to transact, to feel good about what you bought, to value things, to have a value equation. Those desires are still the same. But how they manifest is changing. And so I think it was Abik was saying earlier that, you know, it doesn't carry a wallet anymore. You know, the same thing happens in some other markets. Like for example, if you go to China, you can't actually pay with cash. You have to do the washing up if you don't have your, you know, your digital payments. So I think the idea is, you know, the behaviors change and we get used to those new behaviors. But I think the aspiration driving it doesn't change.
So you're saying consumers are looking for more convenient experiences? Is that what you're trying to nudge at? And thus use of technology?
not just convenient. They're looking for convenience is one of those things. They're looking for greater value. They're looking for experiences they may not be able to get. So one of the things that an example of that, the metaverse would do is, let's say you can't afford to travel right now, but you want to escape your current circumstance. Maybe you can immerse yourself in experience and escape. Whole bunch of pros and cons on that, and I'm sure maybe we'll get to that later. But there's also things, it's not just convenience, and I think this is what Adrian and I were having a quick chat about earlier. We talk a lot about the direct-to-consumer impact of Web3 technologies and the metaverse, because that's the cool, fun, exciting area of it. But actually, 5G and Web3 infrastructure is going to change B2B businesses. I know it's slightly less cool, but it's really important of how it frees up people's time, people's focus, and the resources to do other incredible things.
Thanks, Rob. Sunil, next, we spoke about immersive experiential experiences for consumer. That's what Web3 would do. How do you think advertising industry will adapt to take advantage of this?
I think there is no way out that we don't want this. We have to. We have to force to do this. But I believe there are a lot of opportunities. So I believe when technology comes into play, there are advantages and there are disadvantages. So let's talk about advantage first, that when we adapt this entire piece, we started using or creating products which are semantic in language, understand better than what your search engines or social media understand these days. Most of the chatbots still pick your keywords, provide you solutions, rather than understanding whole the sentences, what they are, right? So we need to improvise there, yes, and further building on this entire piece. So it's represent a whole new arena for us. We still say that we are personalizing, but we're using cookies, and cookies are common. That these are 10,000 people who shop on Myntra, these are 50,000 people shop on Amazon, right? Using iPhone, using Samsung. But we still do not personalize that what a person wants. It's a chicken or egg, right? So I think we all need to move into that direction, but when we want to move it, we need to be prepared. And as we do this more regularly for each consumer, I think we're going to create a huge, great experience of consumer, and they stick to it. But when we talk about disadvantage, we all using cookies these days, all the browsers having, even the website you go, they ask for accept our cookies. And we do it blindly. And then what they do, they utilize our data, they utilize our buying behavior, our browsing pattern and everything, and then start bombarding ads. I still receive more than 50% of ads which are not targeted to me, right? So once this entire piece come in, your cookies will go away. So we need to find the different ways that how we stitch together the entire communications, which is more personalized, more experience driven, and this is going to give us a lot of benefit when this goes very directly to your consumer. So you're not spending any money which is not utilized. So in these days, if you say I'm advertising on Facebook, even though I has a very sharp targeting, still your 50% of ad not seen by consumer who are your target audience. So I think that will go away, and we'll have all get a better ROI of our money, or of our advertisers who are spending, our clients are spending. So that's this entire thing will be bring in by Web 3.0.
So on that note, Adrian, if Sunil says that it's a must to adapt Web 3, maybe now or in future, a matter of time, there's a perception that, there is no long-term valuable impact of Web 3. It's frivolous, it's short-term. You just hop on as a first mover and there's nothing more to it. So how does one, as a marketer, create meaningful, valuable, sustainable, impact using Web 3?
Yeah, I think the answer, for all the skeptics of Web 3, they should be the skeptics of Web 2, and those guys should be the skeptics of Web 1, right? Because I think that'll be a lesson in history well worth learning. And I'll give you an example of why that's necessary to do, and why it provides value to customers. So Sunil spoke about, you took some exotic trip to Africa, did you? And you had, I was traveling to Borivali the other day, and connectivity was bad. And just by show of hands, you can ask the audience here, who over here is really satisfied with their mobile network? Really, you'd give it a 10 on 10. Would you put up your hand? Right? Now look at all of us greedy people. First we had whatever came before 3G, 2G, and we were not happy. We got 3G, and we're not happy with 3G. Now we want 5G. Like Gillette shaving blades, they'll keep adding Gs, right? And we'll be unhappy. And I think that behavior and that phenomenon itself is representative of the fact of what, statisticians will call the Kano model, which is our needs and our wants keep ratcheting up. So the adaptiveness of marketing, back to your question, to provide value. What does Web 3.0 provide? I mean, I think as Rob quite eloquently put it, and what I derive from what he was saying so insightfully, in fact, when we were speaking earlier, that's what I promised him. I'd take whatever he said earlier and then use it to sound smart. That's why I cornered him. Time, distance, and space. These are the three elements that cause a lot of effortfulness for consumers, right? The time it takes to go to a store just to try something, or browse through an app and you feel nauseous because you're going through their carousel and gallery. The distance with which you have to travel to return something, or even if it's, going and exploring a new space and trying out something in retail. And the fact is that, in urban dwellings, you don't really have the spaces that you want to go to. You look around here, you look around any area, public spaces are shrinking because some smart developer is working with some smart government body to change the regulations and consume that public space. So if you look at Web 3.0, it actually provides you all of that, while at the same time dramatically reducing the cost for marketers to do that. Right? The cost of infrastructure is low. The cost of changing what consumers don't like is low. And you're able to remove a lot of effortfulness both for the marketer and the brand as well as the consumer. So you actually have revenue opportunities growing, but cost opportunities declining. And I think that dramatic divergence is what makes the case for marketing and adds value. More than all the sexy stuff that Rob showed us, including his very, very fit avatar, which looks like a Marvel hero, which I told him was quite unfair, actually, and not representative of the truth, Rob.
Rob, do you want to add something to that?
That last bit, he's cut deep, I think.
Well, I'll move to Sunil in that case. Sunil, Rob said that earlier as well, that Web3 is an ecosystem that will impact industries, to name a few, gaming and social media. These are, of course, connected industries that it will impact. Could you throw light on what do you think about it and how would it impact?
So I will pick up one or two industries, not all, because I think we need to end the session. Everybody's waiting for their wine and beer. So if you take a gaming an example, gaming is all about experience and excitement. So when you know that you have a metaverse of the things where you can make your experience much larger than life, what you're looking at right now, we know that we're going to have more people coming into it. Apart from that, how gamers making these days money that you buy your lives within the game and you earn. But using this NFTs which is coming into the picture, you create tokens, you create many other things within the game, so that will create a lot of revenue opportunities for them. And then when they leave this game, if they have those money, this money is not sticking with this game. You can move those monies to anywhere, and any other games you're playing, right? So your money is not got stuck anywhere. The money is moving from here, one place to another place, and it's moving in such a way that nobody knows how it's moving. Your entire data is secure, which is another concern which everybody has. So this is a new avenues I say will be increased for gaming. Similarly, when we talk about, let's say, marketplaces or let's say online shopping, we are the country, I know from the fact that I come from this entire digital industry. Before 5 years, we are the country, 80% COD, 20% online. Now we are 80% online, 20% COD, right? So the trust is building, but when we have this technology into place, the trust will go further, and then your online shopping, your online payments, which has already gone up a level high, will further increase and create other revenues for us. So these are the two industries I want to pick up.
Right. My next question is to both Rob and Adrian. What do you think what will create obstacles to the growth of the new digital economy? I mean, one is bandwidth, like nobody kind of raised their, or rather everybody raised their hands up saying that they have a bandwidth issue. Do you think we are ready for Web3? Are there more obstacles besides, of course, there's 5G coming for sure, but what are the obstacles that you foresee that would kind of, impact the growth of?
So Rob and I actually discussed specifically this point, and it's interesting you ask a question about infrastructure. You go to any panel discussion, whether it's about the budget or Web 3.0, if you say infrastructure, everybody thinks you're saying something smart. I don't think it's about infrastructure at all. The infrastructure in this case, with 5G on the horizon and things like quantum computing, your infrastructure will be less of a problem. I think the problem will be if people like Rob, me, and Sunil adopt the mumbo jumbo of the metaverse and start talking hash functions, decentralized, DID, ONDC, and this alphabet soup. The more intimidating you make a new technology intellectually, the less likely it is to get adopted. I mean, that's a well-worn truth. Rob, your point of view?
So I agree with you that I don't think it's infrastructure, because I think that's the technology has been and is being built and being deployed and rolled out. So that's just a matter of time. I think one of the interesting lessons, and the metaverse is not exactly the only manifestation of the Web3, but just to use that as an example, engagement in metaverse spaces is higher in games where there was a pre-established audience that was there for a reason, and they have pre-established mechanisms, the gamification. So we now use gamification not just in games, but we use gamification in learning. You know, scoreboards and reward systems that play to the psychology of a consumer. So games, when you put a metaverse experience, an immersive experience, you're expanding on an existing audience. You're giving them a reason to be there. There's some amazing technology in Decentraland and Sandbox, but there's not as much engagement because there's nothing to really draw you in as much. You know, so I was being asked some questions outside about IPL, and I know come back to IPL, but you know, that's a reason to get people into an experience. And so don't forget, we should never forget that traditional, you know, ways of building audiences and connecting people and creating some value. And that's the biggest challenge is people build because they can. But that's like, you know, I build a house because I can, but you know, what if I don't want to live there? And you know, so I think we need to go back to the basics of let's make it fun and engaging and give a reason for doing that, and that will remove the barrier. But if we don't do that, if we just get caught up in the hype and the mumbo jumbo, and there is a hype curve. Every new technology has that hype curve, and following the hype curve comes the disillusionment. But disillusionment is not the end of the story. So some people are in the disillusionment. Now we just need to move to the, okay, we've learned a lot. Now what makes this really exciting and valuable, and how do we get back to the basics of doing that?
But there's one other thing here. It's not so much engagement. I think we're getting a bit lost in the weeds over here, right? The real incentive, Sunil touched on this, but he spoke of it from the marketer's point of view. Like, again, if you would just ask any of us, right, what is the probability that your salary will increase 300% next year? Other than Anita, anyone? So I was sitting next to Anita before the panel discussion. Two notifications popped up. I wasn't invading her privacy, but I couldn't help see her phone, right? One was Fiorenza Ladies Group. So obviously she wants to interact with real people in her building. But the other was WazirX, which as I understand is probably a banned cryptocurrency thing. But you know, the fact that cryptocurrency gives you the minimalist possibility that you could convert your net worth into 10, 20x. The fact that some goofy art that you create becomes a revenue stream. I mean, we've seen a foreshadowing of it in the digital creator economy, right? No other mechanism today provides people avenues for income that is based purely on their creativity to this extent, in the combination that it is. I'm not talking of creators and influencers now. This takes it to another level, whether it is your own data, where you can monetize it by offering it in exchange for goods and services, whether it is some art you create, whether it is something you know, UGC as we used to call it, you create for a brand that you can now track and trace to see how a brand is using it, even if you're not a celebrity, or whether it's investing in fractionally in crypto. These are all revenue opportunities that the lay person or even the salaried person has been robbed of. I mean, these have been exotic ways of making wealth and money that have belonged only to the informed or people in Silicon Valley who take hormone therapy and things like that. I think Web 3.0 offers everyone that opportunity. And I think that's what makes it an accelerant to the economy, not just marketers using it.
Before I move to the next question, congratulations, Anita, on your 300x increase. But moving on, Rob, while we speak of the benefits of Web3, what about the ethical or the human cost associated with Web3 experiences? I mean, there are some experiences internationally, it's been, you know, where I don't think it's been a pleasant experience using Web3, or it's misused to a certain extent. How do you kind of tackle that?
That's a huge topic that whole forums, multi-day forums are held on. So I think the good news is there's a lot more discussion about the ethics of AI. And, you know, I think when Web 2.0 was being developed and launched, I think there wasn't as much conversation about it. I think it was, let's just get this thing up because it's kind of really cool. I think now there's a lot of conversation. I'll give you my one personal experience was I was trying out ChatGPT. You know, the first time I got it, I thought this is cool. I'll ask some difficult questions. I said, help me write an email to my 12-year-old son to convince him it's a good idea to do his homework. And so I wrote this and came back with a very eloquent answer, a bit less emotive than I would have been. But it ended with, love, mum.
we are in a gender fluid world, Rob, so if there's something you want to share with us, you may as well do it now.
Exactly. And I'm not embarrassed to be called mum. That's okay. But I just, it kind of flags one of the issues that, we're using a lot of AI tools that have been trained in the biased world that we've all grown up in. And so if we want to make a better world, we have to be able to address some of those concerns. I think there's an awareness and discussion. We haven't cracked that part at all. I think we haven't decided what safety in the metaverse looks like. And, there's a lot of conversation about that, which is great. Maybe it's not universally discussed, but there's a lot of groups looking at the ethics of AI and what does it mean. I've had a conversation with the Ministry of Communications in Singapore before when we were talking about let's push aggressively into reskilling and driving towards this AI. And my question was, what do you do with all the people that are currently working in the jobs that are going to be replaced? And so it's not that, oh, don't worry, we've always replaced them in the past. Okay, well, what are you going to replace them with and how are you going to enable that? So I think there's still a lot of these points to discuss. The good news is there's a lot more partnership between governments and enterprises and experts and institutions to try to think about and have that conversation. To have Digital India as a mandate and consistently being pushed forward wouldn't have happened 20 years ago, not just here, but in a lot of places. And so the fact that people are having that conversation is great. I don't think we have the answers yet, and we do have to try and address as we go along, but there's a lot of things there.
I think this question, Hero, actually is a very potent answer to the question you asked earlier in terms of what the obstacles would be. As Rob said, in Web 2.0, we had a pass. It just came on, and then we're dealing with the aftermath afterwards. But if you've seen how all the tech overlords that were earlier sort of praised and even paid to have now fallen, I think, and have feet of clay, it is because they hadn't thought through the ethics of it. And I think if there's one obstacle that will come in the way is the unsavory experiences that are possible, that Rob and you both alluded to, will prevent big brands that hold their brand reputation very sacred from participating until all of that is sorted out. So it's not just a issue of virtue or justice or ethics or morals. It's really a question of if this isn't sorted out at the beginning, there will be much less brand participation than there was in Web 2.0, which could then effectively either delay or at least destabilize the adoption of Web 3.0. That would be my...
And I just add one build on top of that. I don't think all brands are going for the in or out conversation. What is quite encouraging, you saw in a number of the examples I gave, brands are weaving in sustainability aspects into their participation. I think it's going to be important. Some brands say, I'm going to wait and see if it gets better. Other brands are saying, I'm going to be part of solving that. I'm going to be part of defining that more positive future. And that takes a bit of courage. And not every brand will be in a place or have the desire to do that. But some brands are stepping up because the role of brands in society is becoming more important, not just a nominal tick in published reports, but is genuinely, if you're going to attract the next generation, the role of purpose in hiring talent is absolutely key these days. So I think there's a chance, not everyone will do the same, but I think there's a chance that, and this is one of those opportunities of, okay, if we're going to do it, maybe brands can be part of doing it right this time.
I agree to that. I think I think we should speak more about it and, of course, then take steps. I know recently OpenAI announced that, they are going to flag out videos or information or any content created by AI, because right now it's so difficult to differentiate between what's an AI video, what's a real video, So just before I move to the next section.
I think I will add on to this what we're saying, that we need to have a partnership with the government. But if you look at the pace we are, although the government doing a lot of initiative, but if you look at e-pharmacies in India, they came like 7-8 years now, but their last final policy came in 12 January, right? So we working at that speed. So, and it's human nature, if you do something irritable, we say, okay, let's everybody do it. And I've seen this one feed of my LinkedIn there where one hospital from Hyderabad saying that now we have used Metaverse. I said, really? I'm not going and doing shopping in a Metaverse, and you saying that you come in my hospital in a Metaverse and do whatever you want to do. So I think it's a lot of choices which brand needs to evolve or analyze at what they're getting into, how this is going to help, what are the ethics, what are the compliance policies at a company level rather than going at a government level. And if you think within first, I think we know that what we're doing and we can secure from that perspective.
Can I just add, you've triggered one other thing that actually at Dentsu we've spent a lot of time. making decisions of brand representation in metaverse and on Web3 platforms is not just the job of the CMOs and the marketing function. It's critical to align the finance functions and the legal functions and rights management. It needs to be an aligned approach, because otherwise you really are exposing yourself to risks and other.
So before I move to the next set of fun question,
These were also fun, Hiru.
Yeah, is it? It will get better. Wait. So my next question, and I think that's for all. If you had to maybe mention just 1 or 2 points, what do you think the marketers then should do or shouldn't do with Web3? Just a point or two each one of you all.
Yeah, I think the way we look at it and the way we encourage our group companies to do is really to don't intellectualize it, but experiment with it, right? Sort of do and find out and do and learn. The other is when you're trying to sell this in, and I'm now talking about the real adoption of it, the old adage of show, don't tell still operates. Show the example. I think, Rob, some of the examples you showed were people making perhaps clumsy initial steps, but at least showing consumers and their own stakeholders what can happen. And I think the great opportunity for marketers and their consumers right now with Web 3.0 is that they can truly co-opt them, right? Truly co-create. I know these have been buzzwords in the past where, marketers do whatever they want to do and say, no, we co-created, we co-opted. No, you haven't, right? It hasn't been the customer leading you and creating things. I think so far you've actually been communicating to them rather than co-opting them. And I think that's what marketers really now have an opportunity to do without the restriction of, as I said, time, distance, and space, right? The focus group of your is suddenly envisioned and completely liberated from the focus group room. If you think about one simple unit of how we were gathering consumer insight and believing that we were co-creating with consumers. Today, you're not confined by that physical space. And I think the leaps that you can take insofar as understanding new consumers and not just creating products and communication, but creating new consumers for what you offer is tremendous. And I think that is the true unleashing power of Web 3.0.
What you should not do is you need to have a clarity first. What do you want to do for your brand, for your company? And I think this clarity is still not there with a lot of people. I'm not saying I'm smart. Even I don't have, because if you look at everybody wanted to get on chatbots, where we know 50% that doesn't work, right? And then you're getting into something which is completely new, not evolved yet completely. So we need to define what we really want to do. So if you ask me that, if I have to start today, where I would start today? So most of the brands you see, they have their own websites, and there are a lot of, let's say, millions of consumers coming to brand websites. They even not an e-commerce website. So if you're not doing an e-commerce, why don't you create that brand website to an experience website? So you just give an experience to the consumer, provide more information. Don't sell a brand. Sell your information to the consumer about what they're looking for. Start from there. So start slow, and then gradually, when you are sure, internally testing it. Like Redin saying, that small test, keep doing it. Once you see it's successful, pilot, doing well, secure, tested, then you go big and see what you can do. But it has to start slow and then picked up accordingly. It's not that everybody is doing, I want to jump in and do that, and then ultimately you realize you already lost millions of dollars into that.
Rob, anything?
It's a little bit similar to that. I was going to say, the most important thing is to understand why. Why do you want to do this at all? I mean, what are you trying to achieve? And so Heineken was kind of clear. They weren't trying to look for a measurable marketing ROI for that experiment. It was PR buzz for a new brand, which was pre-marketing launch. So I think they had an objective that may not have achieved a marketing objective if you wanted to do brand build, but it was a PR attention specific metric. And so if you want to experiment and learn, then go with the mindset of experiment and learn. Yeah. If you really think it's a brand build, then you need to go with a commitment to a brand build. You wouldn't put a couple of spots on a primetime show and go, that's it, I'm done branding now. So understanding why you're doing this at all. Is it FOMO? Are you just scared you're missing out on a cool thing? So I think understanding why you want to do this and what you hope to achieve is really important before you make decisions on what you do and where you do it and how you do it. So I think if you can nail that part, and it's not always easy because there's a lot of noise and, as you said, a lot of cool language and cool experimentation, and it's like, well, okay, what am I really trying to achieve here?
Great. So you can't have a Web3 conference and not have AI asking questions, right? I mean, I'm just physically present here. So what I did was I said that if ChatGPT had to moderate this panel discussion, what are the questions an AI would ask you? And it's very simple. You can just pick the placards up there and you can answer in yes and no. It's like a rapid fire with AI. And I have literally taken some 10 questions that the AI wanted to ask you. And you have to answer it as either yes or no. There's no maybe, no gray areas. Are you ready? It's like a rapid fire, okay? Are immersive technologies like AR and VR the future of brand experiences? Is AI transforming the marketing industry? Is the metaverse the next frontier for brand activation?
Yes and no. You said no, yes and no, right? So slightly heavy at the no side, not yet.
Are virtual events the future of product launches?
Well, yes and no, but I'd say no.
It also depends on the COVID or any other things that they come up, then you don't have the mic, right? They can't hear you.
Will AI be the next influencer on social media? Yes, no? Okay. Are you planning to explore opportunities in the Web3 space? Can AI write better copy than a human? I think AI is insecure. No. Is the use of NFTs becoming mainstream in marketing strategies? Does your brand have any plans to leverage metaverse technology for immersive experiences?
Not yet. Not yet. We should decide. We should too. Yeah, what do you want first?
Have you looked into using artificial intelligence for personalizing customer experiences? And I don't know why this question has just popped up. Do you like the moderator of the panel discussion?
No.
Really? Okay. Thank you for being such a sport, and I would open the floor for any questions that you guys might have.
Yeah, that's going to be the question. You all are waiting for drinks. I know the first question is going to be, can we go now?
Yeah, we have done like 10 minutes before, so I hope that helps.
The question is the bar open? Is the bar open?
So with that, firstly, let's give them a big, big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I particularly loved the last question because I think that kind of incorporated her inclusion in the panel. And of course, she's been so kind with her time. Trust me, I've seen her in the backstage bit in our speakers lounge, and she's been so involved with the entire discussion. Let's give her a big, big round of applause on that. Joining her on stage, and of course our entire panel, if I could have the CEO of Karai India, Anita Kotwani, to kindly help us in the felicitations. We do have a question. Ouch. Okay. Anita, do you mind sticking around with me on the stage?
I wanted to say the next time I get up and go, my phone is going to be with the face down. That Wazir Rex and Fiorenza was my phone. Okay.
Everyone congratulates Simi on her 300% increase.
Okay, no. On another note, all that I wanted to say was that so agree with the fact that technology has to make life simple and it cannot be overwhelming. But when I hear of these two words, technology and experience, what comes to my mind is, even as little children, we would say, what if this could happen? And technology actually leaves you with a feeling of wonderment. It can actually make you, amazed. And that's the sense of excitement. So I loved what Rob said, that what do you feel? And I'm not being an apple polisher here, but I actually, that's how it needs to be approached. What's the feeling you want to leave behind? And it has to answer the question that if you start with what if, technology can make it happen for you. So it's magical. That's it. Thanks.
Applause for Simi, please. That was a profound statement that we will all take away at the end of this discussion.
Thanks, Adrian, for taking over on that. I was just going to ask the same. All right. Could we request the entire panel to please step forward? And we have, of course, Anita with us. Could we have the felicitations? Thank you. Thank you so much, Sunil. Thank you, Adrian. Thank you so much, Rob. I love that there were hugs as well on the stage. And of course, thank you so much, Hero. And with that, if we may request all of you to please step forward, let's make it memorable with a group photograph. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, with that, it's a wrap. What an exciting edition this has been. Let's give them a big, big round of applause. The finale conversation, and it was great hosting all of you. With that, we announce, of course, everyone was waiting for that, the bar is open and the dinners to follow. But please do drive back home safely post that, and we'll see you in the next editions. Thank you.